Hello, I'm Joanna Poplawska. I'm CEO of CITF, Collaboration, Innovation and Technology Forum, and it's my great pleasure to welcome you at our virtual Putting People First conference. The theme of the conference, I feel, could not be more relevant and more urgently needed. An old joke has it that nostalgia isn't what it used to be, but we all feel that with COVID-19 pandemic and lockdowns roll on, the future isn't what it used to be either. The future brings uncertainty, speculation, and lots of anxiety for many of us. However, there's good news. We have all learned so much in the last few months. Our knowledge about remote working has increased significantly since March. We understand much better the impact of different ways of working on innovation, collaboration, and also on our well-being. Our recommendations are becoming much better substantiated. And maybe most importantly, we understand much better the need for change within our organizations. The Putting People First conference is an excellent platform to engage in a meaningful conversation about what kind of workplace we would like to design and co-create now and in the future. We feel that we do not want to go back to old processes, old frameworks that limit people's potential, that limit potential of well-meaning, talented IT and technology teams within business. And I think you all agree with me when I say that we would like to see a better workplace, a workplace with principles of inclusion, collaboration, a truly agile workplace. We want to engage you in a conversation today. We would like to invite you to share, inspire, and engage in the conversations about values of our organizations and how to implement those values in the best possible way. I feel very confident that you will find sessions stimulating, and I hope that you will have also plenty of opportunities to actively participate in today's event. I know that your presence and your participation and contributions will add to the vibrancy of today's event and will also facilitate collaboration between attendees and enable exchange of knowledge and insights and thoughts among different organizations and your peers. Taking this opportunity, I would like also to invite you to enter our Rio IT Awards 2021. We are very pleased to be able to deliver the awards again next year, and I hope that you will consider your submissions. There are different categories there to enter. One of them is Employer of the Year, and you have plenty of time to put your submissions forward until 2nd of February 2021. And if you need any help and assistance, just let us know. We also look forward to seeing you at our follow-up Friday session on the 13th of November, where we hope that we're going to continue conversations and networking that's happening here today. Our members are missing networking, and we would love to be able to facilitate networking for you virtually, not just today, but also on regular basis. I look forward to today. I look forward to an excellent day with great speakers, with great panelists, and I'm looking forward to your active participation. I hope that this event will give you all the different facets of such an important topic and will allow you to get some recommendations of how organizations can truly put their people first. Enjoy your day.
Hi everyone, I'm Laura Mayer, CIO for HarperCollins UK, and I'm delighted to be conducting a Q&A for CITF's Putting People First conference with Matthew Hyam, Chief Digital Officer for Microsoft UK. Matthew, could we start please with a brief overview of your role at Microsoft?
Hi. So yes, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this session as well. So really keen to see how we can expand on some of the elements that we want to talk about. So my role, I sit as part of the enterprise leadership team within Microsoft UK, responsible for really helping our customers to understand how we can help them with technology to transform their markets. And so I spend a lot of my time customer facing across all of our sectors, across all of our technologies. So really exciting times, especially in this unusual period.
Thank you. So, Matthew, let's start. What do you think are the biggest challenges and opportunities about how we're working today in this situation?
I think the biggest challenge is obviously that lack of human connection. We've lost those kind of coffee queue moments, the passing in the corridors, that social connection of running workshops and meetings, and obviously our commute and our thinking time as well, which is having a really big impact. And what we can see already is that expansion of people's day and the balance, certainly in the early stages of COVID, when everybody was trying to homeschool and balance their personal lives into the working lives. Obviously, things have got a little bit easier in that space. But the opportunities, I mean, I know more about my colleagues, families, dogs, children. So we've had a very different style of connection. So I'm hoping that when we get closer together in the future, that we'll have a much deeper relationship and friendship from that perspective, as well as a working relationship. The opportunities are also the speed. I think there's been a massive wake-up call with regards to the reasons to get things done, getting rid of the reasons as to not getting things done. So we've definitely seen a huge acceleration in transformation and wanting to really make a change for society as a whole and sustainability as well as the sustainability growth and the economic value.
And do you think some of that with sustainability, because in so many places people have had to go back to single-use plastics, all of this, so unfortunately some of that's gone the wrong way, hasn't it? Are you doing some things at Microsoft to address that?
Yeah, we are. So we have a very strong sustainability presence in the world, and we're seen as one of those market leaders. And we're also leveraging our capabilities to help other organisations transition faster to more sustainable growth. But we're still maintaining that single-use plastic piece. Obviously, we're not going into the office at the moment, and we haven't done. We briefly opened them for a trial period, and then in the second phase of this lockdown, obviously we've reclosed them. So we're not using single-use plastics. We'd already planned on exiting those out of our supply chain anyway. But yeah, this whole period does present challenges around obviously face masks, the way things are being discarded, etc. So we educate all of our staff on that, and we educate our customers in that space as well.
Thank you. So I'd love to know, how have you kept your teams motivated after so many months of working from home, which can lead to feelings of isolation? And how do you intend to motivate people over the coming months? Because it doesn't look like this is going away anytime too soon.
It's a really important thing, and motivation is a difficult one, and I think it's one of those that is embedded into your own culture. We have a very strong culture within Microsoft, one that's very much about inclusivity and openness, and being able to challenge and support as well. We have a very strict kind of model, coach, care framework and policy that we try and deliver in that space. It's been just we lead with empathy. And we lead with empathy both our customers, but also for our specifically for the well-being of our staff. We want to make sure that they are connected, and we make sure they have regular one-to-ones. We've built new communities. We've leveraged the technology to do social events. We've tried to maintain things like the brand and the brand awareness and the culture. When we have events and all hands and get people together on the virtual thing, we very much orientate the language and the kind of pitch of the information coming out to be lifting, as opposed to kind of inspection or drilling into numbers, etc., and performance. So we're very much gearing everything much more towards that support framework and energy lifting to keep people going around motivation.
And how have your leaders kept the feeling of belonging and of belonging to Microsoft in this current situation when people can't just have those water cooler moments or see their colleagues or be in the office?
We've definitely seen a shrinkage in the amount of time in meetings, as in the time length of meetings. So we've gone from hourly meetings to half-hourly meetings. I think in the intensity at the beginning of this, we're making lessons learned, and we're educating our staff through different ways of becoming more connected with each other, and allowing free space for us to be able to just call each other one-to-one. And leverage the technology in that way. Our leaders are very much encouraged to step away from maybe some of the internal processes and maximise more on spending time with their own staff and their own teams, and really build that community within it, and then think about the cross communities as well, which we've really emboldened. So it's a learning process, but I think one that we've been able to accelerate much quicker than most organisations, just because of the very nature of our organisation in the first place.
Totally. Do you have any mindfulness practice? Is that something that's big in Microsoft?
So actually, we've recently just done a partnership with Headspace, and we've integrated that into Teams as part of that capability. So we've actually enabled something called where you can do a virtual commute as well inside your diary. So you can set that, and we have things. We have something called Workplace Analytics, which then gives me as an individual recommendations for focus time, areas where I've got gaps in my diary that I could take out or block out, so that I've got some time to myself. We're trialling, as I said, with things with the company Headspace and mindfulness. We've actually done a few all hands where people have been brought in to talk about mindfulness. And we did a virtual mindfulness session at one of our managers' meetings the other day, actually, which was really nice, for 3 minutes.
So is that Headspace integrated for all Teams users? Because I haven't seen that, or is that just something?
It's one of the new features coming out. Yeah, so it's not been rolled out for everybody, but it's definitely something that you can integrate as an app into your team site. So you'll be able to see that soon, hopefully.
Great. So Matthew, all of us are learning to take on changing challenges right now. How does a company like Microsoft support organizations during this pandemic who might also be finding it really tough?
So we went after it in two ways. One, at the beginning of COVID, we very much centred on supporting the NHS, and I can speak to within the UK, but also on a global scale as well. So we very much leaned into the governments to be able to support those, and the medical services that sit alongside those, to be able to accelerate them into this COVID experience, along with the police forces and the security forces, and it's also for the UK, the Ministry of Defence. We were able to support the NHS by rolling out Teams as a communication channel across the whole of the NHS, and we did 1.2 million people in just under 3 weeks. We've also been doing things like the ventilator challenge. So in particular the UK, that was working with the High Value Manufacturing Catapult, along with 4 other major manufacturers, Formula One, McLaren, Mercedes, and Penlon, who make the ventilators. And we did 7 years worth of work in 11 weeks. Using our technology, and we lent fully into that and provided all of our technology capabilities to be able to produce enough ventilators to support the UK. And also we're looking at how we can expand that globally. Then we were kind of transitioning, so it was really about keeping the lights on for the country, so supporting CPG companies, so retailers of food and logistics, to be able to support that at a technological level, so that we maintain their business and their business continuity. Then we were shifting into what we're calling, obviously, the recover phase. So how do we work with our other organisations? How do we help them transition into that working from home? So we had a huge influx, obviously, of teams. The same for spinning up environments for people who could work from home but securely and transfer data. So we spent a lot of time doing that in the first initial weeks. And now it's very much about how do we help them recover on an economic basis, and also in a sustainable growth way, right? So we're leveraging our data capabilities and technology applying there, and we're really supporting our customers in their goals so that they can transform and accelerate their digital implementations so that they can still connect with their customers in the way that they want to.
Changing the subject slightly, what's been the impact on your gaming business during this time?
Absolutely mad. So yeah, as you can probably imagine, a lot of people, especially kids, but actually we've got quite a big cohort of adults as well into gaming, obviously around the world. We saw an exponential growth. The kind of profile of usage we would normally see over evenings and weekends, we saw 24 hours a day. And we onboarded 23 million new users into Xbox as well. And obviously a lot of people ordered them, so there was a lot of hardware that flew around the world. So gaming became a big concept for the right and wrong reasons. But yeah, we're starting to see that. We've definitely seen that go down since the kids have gone back to school.
So Microsoft has transformed from a know-it-all company to a learn-it-all company. Can you tell us what does that mean?
So this was Satya's doing, obviously, right from the outset. So there's two things he wanted to lead on. One was empathy, and two was to become a learn-it-all organisation. And it was stemmed from a book that he read around the growth mindset. And what we mean by that is that we want to listen and learn. Microsoft historically, I think, had probably turned up with a product or a solution looking for a problem. Now we very much have an ecosystem of technologies that we want to really listen to the outcome of the customer and their customers as well, or the sustainability or societal change that we want to enact, and really understand the problem before we start applying technology to it, and then apply technology in the way that brings the correct outcome. The only way we can do that is really put ourselves into the shoes of either the problem or the recipient of that challenge, and with empathy, and then understand and have a growth mindset. It also means when we approach things, don't bring the baggage. So if you approach things with a much more open and growth mindset, you may have interacted with someone or something before, had a bad experience. That doesn't mean to say you're going to necessarily have a bad experience the second time. So we very much approach things in that way as well.
Thank you. Matthew, could you tell us a bit how an organisation like Microsoft, with what the world has been experiencing with the response to George Floyd's death, what have you done internally and externally?
Yeah, I think that was yet another horrific moment in 2020, wasn't it? And one that was felt and resonated around the world, whether you are from the BAME community or certainly an ally. So Microsoft as a whole, we have a zero tolerance viewpoint on any form of prejudice in that regard, and we're very active in that space. We have a very prolific BAME community within Microsoft, and we leverage that to understand the problem and the challenge. In the UK, we brought in an absolutely amazing guy called Akala to just listen and understand the history of Black history, so then we could understand the rationale and why society has got to where it's got to when it becomes to understanding race and race relations. And then we leveraged the BAME community really to educate the rest of our colleagues and ourselves, and spent the time and really allocated more time and made sure that we understood and educated ourselves on that front. And then we led from the front with regards to any changes that we wanted to make, and make sure that we have good counsel around anything we were identifying, both within our own organisation or externally, and the impact that we could definitely have on that perspective.
Thank you. Can you tell us how at Microsoft you ensure that you're hiring people from underrepresented Black, Asian and ethnic minority backgrounds?
This comes down to the hiring policy. As I said, we do a lot in the community. We have a lot of areas around our skills development. We recognise there's a gap in the world and also in the UK. But we invest heavily right at the outset of that. So that's all the way into schools. We run things like DigiGirls, which is to bring women in STEM, particularly also from disadvantaged backgrounds. And we target areas of disadvantaged backgrounds and bring them in as well, and make sure that that group is diverse in both ethnic and gender. Our hiring policy all the way through our early in careers. So we have apprenticeship programs, internships, and post-grad as well. So apprenticeships can be all the way from 16 years old. Again, incredibly diverse policy there around not just ethnic, but gender, and also neurodiversity as well. So making sure the accessibility and inclusivity, we have a huge accessibility and inclusivity drive within Microsoft, both internally and externally with all of our products. And then as we go through the growth through even mid-career individuals, the same policy applies. And we make sure that we grow our people from within, as well as bringing in fresh talent from the outside, from any walks of life, and make sure that we hold ourselves highly accountable for accessibility and inclusivity across that piece.
Thank you. And you mentioned then the apprenticeships, and there's a view that the apprenticeship levy must be overhauled to help large companies create more jobs for young people. Can you tell us a bit more about what you might be doing in that area in Microsoft?
So we work closely with the UK government on a number of different areas, and we advise them in that space. And what we do is obviously through the apprenticeship, our own apprenticeship program, as we provide feedback. We are increasing our number of apprenticeships. We're also looking at bringing in through different avenues as well. So Women Back to Work, we have a veterans program from the ex-vets from the MOD. So we bring in not only young apprenticeships, but mid-career people as well who want to return to work and reskill and maybe have some transferable skills in that pace, or midlife as it could be. And we advise heavily back to the UK government. We also leverage our data intelligence that we get from things like LinkedIn and LinkedIn Learning around that kind of process of some of the feedback there.
So, Matthew, if it was within your gift to change one thing about Microsoft, what would it be and why?
One thing, that's a tough one. I've only been with Microsoft for 3 years, so and the cultural fit for me is absolutely perfect. I think the one thing I would change, I guess, is that we can't go after absolutely everything. And sadly, we do an awful lot in the social impact world, and sustainability, accessibility, and inclusivity. It's just sometimes we struggle with scale. And it's that I think if you could click your fingers, then you would solve that problem. But that's the reality of the world, unfortunately.
So could you tell us what you do during a typical day and how much of that has changed since we've been in this different situation, working remotely?
My day can be incredibly diverse. I can be doing one of these for 1 second and then very much flicking to something that's internal. So I'm responsible for our account technology strategists as a role. So it's all about coaching and leadership and mentorship in that space and driving that kind of role across our organization to be bigger and better for our customers. The same for, then I can flick into kind of markets and understanding cross-market functions, learning around different elements, but then connecting the dots in sectors that you might not connect the dots to create an outcome that's better for society. I'm also the sustainability lead, so I'm very much heavily involved in that. So one of the projects we're trying to do at the moment is saving puffins off the coast of Scotland. So it can be anything involved in there. And then it can be, again, just doing the kind of internal work pieces as well. So my day can be incredibly diverse, and I don't think I've ever had a day or even a week or an hour that's pretty much the same since I've been here in this role. So it's an interesting life.
Tell us more about the puffins. What's that about? And how did you get involved with Microsoft doing that?
So we have a very strong, what we call AI for Earth position. So it's a capability that we leverage technologies to look at the natural equity in natural ecosystems and protect ecosystems. And we expose that for wildlife trusts in order for them to be able to leverage it for free. So that we can, around our sustainability element. So we've been leveraging that technology using cameras off the coast of Scotland to count puffins and see how, when they come back, what they've got in their mouths. So we know we can detect if there's any damage to their local ecosystem or their feeding cycle. And we're working with an energy company, SSE, and Scottish National Heritage to help with that. And we've now generated data that they've never seen before, which is amazing. So it's AI for Earth and AI for Good.
Brilliant. Tell us, Matthew, what are you most proud about working at Microsoft?
I think it's just our ever bigger desire, our ambition just doesn't seem to be held back. I'm really proud of the work that we do in sustainability. I mean, we are literally market leading and world leading in that effect space. We have a mission of empower everybody on the planet to achieve more. And I really do believe that we live and breathe that every single day. I know that might sound a bit cheesy, but it actually is really some we feel. And the activities and actions that I certainly get involved with and my colleagues get involved with very much do live and breathe that. Some organisations, I think, might create a mission or an outcome that they will pay lip service to, but we really do want to embolden that and live and breathe it, and then also help everybody else come on that journey with us. I think that's what I'm most proud of.
And has that been any more difficult given the situation, not seeing people day to day, not being able to have those chats as perhaps frequently as you would have done just coming across somebody down the corridor?
I don't think it. I mean, I think the two are slightly separate. I think I do absolutely miss that social connection. I'm very much a social individual. I'm very much used to running workshops and spending a lot of time with customers and my own staff as well and colleagues. But I do also think that we've been able to go through a period of accelerated change that we were kind of hoping for. We've probably delivered 2 years of transformation in 2 weeks or 2 months in some instances, and within the NHS, 10 years within 10 weeks. So that bit, I'm hoping that when we do go back to a normal world, that we don't over pivot backwards and we still maintain some of that momentum, because the pace of change is so inspiring. The personal connection is tough. It is harder. You just have to work a bit harder at it. But the core part, I think, the hardest part is looking after your own well-being, to making sure that you're holding something back for your family. You're able to kind of switch off. You're not super over-intensifying your day.
Thank you. Could you tell us what values are most important to you as a leader?
Trust, for me. And empathy. And I think if you lead with empathy, you will build trust. And those values you should absolutely stand by. And that's in every piece of life. Lead with as much kindness as you possibly can. But if you lead with empathy, then you understand how other people are feeling. You understand your impact on them. And that will build trust into that cycle. So those are probably the key attributes I would hope to embolden in my life.
What's the biggest lesson do you think you've learned over your career about leadership, and have you changed how you work because of that?
Yeah, I think you don't have to always know the answer. I think I've worked for some bosses that, and I apologise to those who may be affected by this comment, but that think they have to always know the answer, and I definitely don't. I'm much to the point of growth mindset. You build a team of intelligent people, and you employ them around you. So don't over tell them what to do. The whole point is to provide them the support and the guide rails within which to have some super amounts of autonomy, and then watch them flourish. And if they overtake you, then fantastic. If they've been more intelligent than you, then don't be threatened. And I think that's something that I learned from probably a couple of leaders that I was able to witness in practice. And that's the kind of measure of myself, of how I embolden that around with people around me.
Mm. Can you tell us what makes collaboration amongst colleagues work well at Microsoft, and how do you think it could be even better?
The tools help. Having the right tools definitely help. Having the freedom to think and having the freedom to challenge. Having a much more flat hierarchy, it doesn't matter even if you do have a structured hierarchy, is give people that opportunity to have a voice. Understand the emotional kind of range of individuals, the introverts to the extroverts, leverage the technology around that, and make sure that you are being accessible and inclusive at every stage around the collaborative environment. So it's a safe space. The whole point of being collaborative is no idea is a bad idea. Don't shut people down. Let them have a voice. Let them be included. and make sure that you're not excluding them, because that's the worst part. How could it be even better? Not being locked away in our own houses would be one, probably, so we can actually see each other. That would be probably the first benefit. But I think there have been some lessons learned from this period, and how to be a little bit more inclusive and a bit more patient with progress and things like that. So hopefully we will be able to transition the hybridity and the best of both worlds when we get back to normal.
And finally, Matthew, during this period, have you taken on a new hobby or learned something new outside of work that you can share with us?
Yes, I can actually. So I was lucky enough to move house before this last year in August to a place where we've got a big garden. So we very much leveraged that. But I've been spending most of my time doing things like I learned how to chop down a tree. I've replanted lots more though, so don't worry, it was already a dead one. I've replanted 9 in its place, so very sustainable carbon sequestering there. I've learned lots of little crafts about myself. I think I've learned also a little bit of resilience within myself, so a bit of kind of emotional resilience there. But yeah, lots of skills in the garden and lifting a lot of heavy stuff around and how to do things out there. More of an appreciation for the outside world, I think.
Well, Matthew Hyam, Chief Digital Officer at Microsoft UK, thank you so much for your time today.
It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for your time.
So before I start the session, I want you to think about which moment do you miss most from the office? So if you can think about this, while I just kind of give you a little bit of a rundown about myself, I will ask you to put this into the chat area. If you can add your thoughts to the chat window, I have that on my left-hand side, so I'll be monitoring that. In May of this year, we actually took the bold decision to work from home 5 days a week. For a number of years, we've been working 2 days a week from home. And in April, prior to even knowing what COVID-19 meant, we had planned 3 days a week. So it wasn't a challenge to expand to full-time remote working. And as a company that implements digital workspace solutions, it's important that we lead from the front today. So I will share with you our learning as well as our customers. So now that I've already kind of given you a little bit of upfront ideas of what some of the moments we miss, can I please see some of the top moments that you're missing in our Q&A area? Not sure whether that is working correctly or coming through correctly. All right. It seems like I'm not getting anything coming through there.
Hi, Katja.
Yeah, hi.
Hi, everyone. We're getting some great comments in the chat box.
Okay, fantastic.
So we've got a real mix coming through there from everyone, Katja. Can you see them okay?
Yeah, for some reason it's not coming through on mine.
Okay, that's fine. We've got lunch with colleagues,
okay.
informal conversations, turning around and being able to chat to the team, getting things done over an informal coffee, printing is one that's come up, just general fun, catching up with friends and office drinks on a Friday. Just
fantastic.
To name a few.
Great. So yeah, some of them very similar to what we found. And you know, the top 3 key moments our staff missed were social connections with my colleagues, the learning something new by overhearing conversation, and office chit chat. So results weren't surprising, but of course we decided to do a little bit more investigation. And I'm actually going to hand over to Emily to do a poll, because I'd like to see you know, results from you as well. And the specific question is, which is the most important moment you missed from the office that helped you get your job done or with your career progression? So this is only selecting one answer, and that is, which is the most important moment you missed from the office that helped you get your job done or with career progression? So I'm going to give you a little bit more time, and then Emily, if you can then close that and let me know how we get on with that one. Ah, brilliant. Okay. So interesting. 28% learning something new, 28% quick answers, 32%. Okay, this is slightly different. I'll show you the results we got. So slightly different to what we saw for my ability to share my opinion. And I think maybe it's also depending on your position or seniority as well. So that's great. Thank you very much. That's really helpful. So we ran also a survey, and one of the things we found when we asked professionals what they missed the most, that was actually 57% was missing overhearing conversations to learn something new. And 27%, which was similar to the number that we had, cited quick answers. Interestingly enough, the sharing ideas was a little bit less than what we had in this survey over here. So that's quite interesting. This also aligns well with a recent survey of 280 senior business people, where on balance, productivity was found to be better now than before. I'm not sure if you're finding that as well in your organization. More surprising was that respondents also found remote working had been on balance good for creativity. And one area where the received wisdom, of course, seems to hold true was the effect on collaboration. And on average, there was a net negative rating of 7.1%. So by understanding exactly what employees miss from the offices or from their office, businesses can look to how to successfully recreate these moments online. Whether we work from home or a blended working environment, which is very likely even post-pandemic, we hear these challenges every time we speak to prospective clients. Many companies are struggling with effective collaboration and knowledge sharing, especially new starters who cannot learn as they did previously by observation, or even in terms of learning the company culture by being surrounded by people and the offices that convey that culture. My guess is that many of you will be nodding your heads when I say, I can't find stuff, I have too many apps and there are too many silos. And for us, silos refer not only to data silos, but also organizational silos. And we also talk about the silo of one. And what do I mean by silo of one is that with everyone expected to be more self-sufficient and with new joiners struggling to understand and engage with company culture and processes, we're seeing efficient individuals building silos of information that are rarely, if ever, surfaced to others in the organization. And this is actually extremely problematic, given that modern businesses run complex processes that demand collaboration and knowledge sharing. And it's even worse if someone leaves and that important client or business knowledge is essentially lost. So before I move on to suggestions for recreating water cooler moments, it's important that some fundamentals are in place to ensure a borderless office is effective. When we advise our clients on how to create successful digital transformation projects, we always refer to three key aspects: technology, process, and people. There's no point in introducing a new technology and expecting it to be adopted if you don't plan it right, implement the right processes, and of course involve the right people. With that in mind, we've applied the same thinking to remote working, which you could argue is a complete transformation for some, and we've added a fourth dimension of culture. So we should always start with people first, and that's a great title for the conference as well. Are they set up to work effectively? What is stopping them from getting their jobs done? And we need to look at that both professionally and personally. The next is you need the right technology in place. And this is not only about hardware and having a decent internet connection, but also thinking about whether you're providing the right tools for your employees to be successful in their jobs. Culture, and this is really important, and I think it was also mentioned by Matthew from Microsoft. If your company values are inconsistent with the foundation of remote working, there's bound to be disappointment and confusion. Therefore, you need to have values that set the right expectations and provide a clear direction for the company going forward. And we've learned over the years of having done remote working, you need an open and transparent culture that supports working out loud, as well as more visible leaders who are supportive and empathetic. So processes. Now, I keep banging on about this to whoever I speak. Don't take habits from the office and think they'll apply to working remotely. So, for example, a habit we enforce, and I know other organizations that are fully remote do the same, is to document everything. At the office, people can visit each other at their desk to ask a question or just to listen to conversations going on around them. While, of course, these are convenience for receiving quick answers, they can also be distracting and for some companies make them less productive. Documentation does take a little bit more time up front, but what it does, it prevents people from having to ask the same question repeatedly. I also ask people to rethink how meetings are run. And all company meetings should, by default, be virtual. And this is important so there's no two-tier workforce approach, even when you go back to the office. We did this years ago to make sure everyone felt included. And then, similar to Matthew's point, consider having meetings when necessary, and shortening them. We've done the same. Record all meetings, particularly when key individuals aren't able to join live, as well as set online meeting etiquette, such as resisting the urge to multitask or zone out when you're on calls. If people aren't engaged, we know it's time to change it. So make, as we said, make meetings shorter, turn the meetings into something interactive, whether it's interactive exercises or doing roundtable feedback, or even just giving someone the opportunity to stretch for 1 minute before you get started. So talking about zoning out, does anyone have thoughts so far or want to share your experience? You're welcome to share this via the chat. And I think then, since I can't see that right now, but maybe Emily can monitor that while I move to the next slide. And if there's anything that's being asked at that stage, she's welcome to bring that up to me. Thank you. So now we've kind of looked at the fundamentals. Let's focus on the one key moment that our research participants said they missed the most, and that was overhearing conversations. And how can you actually recreate this online? So these are just a few formal and structured ideas, I would say, in terms of documenting everything, what I just mentioned from the last slide. And we, for example, hold daily stand-ups, and they're about 10 to 20 minutes long. And we do this to share priorities, updates, achievements, issues, and they're really important in terms of keeping things moving and everyone engaged. Another idea is to promote regular cross-departmental meetings with a focus on sharing know-how. And I think that's quite an important way of what also Matthew from Microsoft mentioned about those building communities. Also think about planning for a monthly knowledge sharing session with the whole company. Now, we've been doing that for a number of years and found it really useful. It doesn't need to be more than an hour long, and topics could vary, but it could focus on a recent project or a new service that has been introduced. And then, importantly, create structured ways for your team to share useful insights and knowledge on whether it's Microsoft Teams or your digital workspace. Now, of course, because that's my background, there's no doubt a digital workspace is vital. And I see it so much more than just an intranet or communication platform. I see it's about in terms of enhancing collaboration between colleagues, connecting employees, and enabling easy access to knowledge. Knowledge that may have been shared over a water cooler moment, but only to a few people. So when it comes to informal ideas, to encourage more informal overhearing of conversations, businesses could also consider using tools such as the Icebreaker bot in Teams. There's also an open source tool called Mingler. Another great way is to introduce weekly coffee catch-ups. This could be among senior leaders, managers, or just team members. For us personally, we never had a chance as an SLT to connect so often when we were in the office. But now that we have this, we are creating stronger relationships and making quicker decisions. It's important that there's no set agenda, but simply an opportunity to chat as well as share something you learned that week, overheard, if you want to say, or even something as simple as an important decision you forgot to tell more than one person. The other last idea is around teams, well, the last two ideas, team chats, and I think that was a little bit what Matthew also mentioned in terms of allowing those one-to-one conversations regularly. We also promote that even sometimes just reaching out to somebody you haven't, just to create that connection a person maybe that you haven't met for a long time, or maybe somebody even just brand new that has joined the organization. And then the last one, Ask Anything, is a popular recommendation with our clients. We actually used this when we initially launched Yammer and found it really successful in that, especially new starters, just giving them a forum to just ask any question. And it's as simple as that. It's important, though, that you do have a couple of people monitoring it and ensuring that their answers are provided quickly. So it then becomes a self-sustaining mechanism for getting people to ask questions and get them answers. So when looking to successfully recreate moments, it's not only vital to listen to employees, but also to try different approaches to see what works best for your organization. Not every business is going to realistically be able to implement new tools, and others might not be able to commit to weekly meetings. But I think having the fundamentals in place and offering employees the opportunity to have informal interactions will benefit businesses and empower staff. And of course, in this session, I've only just covered one area, and there's, of course, a lot more on that, but don't have the time for that. And I will be sharing more via Slack, as well as some of the material that's going to be coming. So I know in terms of timings, I need to finish a little bit earlier. I've actually been running quite smoothly. Have there been any questions or any suggestions or anything so far?
We haven't got any through so far. Guys, if anyone's got any questions, if you want to add them to the Q&A box or the chat box, Katja can obviously respond to those following the session, and also heading over to the Slack channel where we'll also be taking questions as well.
Great, thank you. So it's certainly not easy to replicate all moments we had in the office, but I do see this as an opportunity to rethink how we work and essentially how we can make work better. So revenue, profits, expenses, salaries, these are figures businesses can track and project, but it's far more difficult to keep tabs on how employees are collaborating. So when people ask me why we decided to evolve Clear People from a successful professional services company to being product-led, the answer is we truly wanted to make a difference to the way people work. But doing this in bespoke projects each time was not making much of enough of an impact. So one of the ways we can truly transform the way people work is to make knowledge and information available to the many and not the few. And that is why I'm so passionate about document everything and knowledge sharing, so as to make knowledge available for the many and not the few. And my colleague Gabriel Karawani will be speaking more about this topic later today at 12:45, so please do join him on the session. But outside of knowledge for the many and not the few, I also think there's a great opportunity by documenting and recording what we're doing because of the situation that we're in right now. We can actually start to capture decisions and have insight into how to make better decisions. So imagine the possibilities if we empower employees to make more effective decisions. And finally, the future of work is about making information more transparent, accessible, and inclusive. Diversity is our biggest asset, but inclusion itself is the biggest challenge. And there is a simple starting point when it comes to inclusion at work, and that is to have an inclusive and accessible digital workspace. So in summary, the world of remote and blended work, water cooler moments as well, need to become more purpose-driven to improve collaboration and create connections.
Thank you for that, everyone. So swiftly moving on, next we have Vanessa Johnson-Mildenberg, and you are going to be delivering a session on how the hybrid workplace reshapes communication.
Unmuting my microphone. Thank you very, very much, Shireen. Thank you to CITF for once again inviting me to share some of my thoughts and experiences that I hope will be valuable to everyone on the call. Hello to everyone today. It's a very strange experience, isn't it? Having these rather large events and not being able to look anyone in the eye. It's something I always enjoy so much. We'd love you to participate a little bit today. So there will be 3 little polls that will release throughout the talk. I will also be repeating some of the things that Katja said, and I'm sure that some of the speakers who follow after me repeat some of the things I say in turn. Luckily, it takes about 7 repetitions for anyone to remember a concept, so that's all in our favor. So I'm fortunate enough, as per Shireen's introduction, to run the change and comms team for WPP IT. And so who's WPP? Well, WPP is an extraordinary company, a very exciting place to work for, reinventing marketing for a changing world. It uniquely combines creativity and technology and is a veritable playground for many bright minds. We're reinventing creativity on an ever broader canvas every day, bringing together unrivaled talent, resources, and skills to provide an integrated offer of communication experience, commerce, and technology for our clients. So listening to that, change, of course, is our bread and butter. I'm multitasking with my notes on one screen and my slides on the other. So you'll see me running back and forth with my hands. Now, why do we do this? We do this because the question that we ask constantly is, what will it take for your business to win in the future? We ask that of our clients, and we try to answer that for our clients, but indeed also, of course, for ourselves. The people and the culture of WPP is next to none. The company really truly does bring together the best and brightest in the business. We are spread across 112 countries. We work with a vast portfolio of clients across the world, including 348 of the Fortune Global 500, all 30 of the Dow Jones 30, 70 of the NASDAQ 100, and 69 of the FTSE 100 companies. So we are really plugged in. Now pair that with our core values of openness, optimism, and to strive and to be committed to delivering extraordinary work. And you indeed have a group of quite extraordinary people. And these people really, really do know and understand that the only constant in life is change. Indeed, change is our bread and butter. So we are an organization of people that expect the unexpected, relish in the unexpected. But 2020 was a challenge even to us. So were we prepared to make this shift? Were we prepared for managed remote working? And I'd love to hear whether you were. I'd love to kind of take a poll and see how we all stood when February, March rolled around this year. So you'll see Emily pushing a poll out to everyone, and please take that while I tell a little story. So before March 2020, February in some places, what was our daily journey like? Well, we would arrive in the office and there we'd probably have a little chat with the receptionist. Maybe there was a pop-up poster. There was probably some digital signage telling us about well-being tips, telling us about IT, telling us news of the company for the day. Then as we're waiting for the lift panels on both sides, we meet someone who works in a different team. We have a chat with them in the lift as we ride up together, as we walk through the doors into our particular office space. Then the poll's coming up for me as well. As we walk into our particular office space, of course, there's signage everywhere as well. Maybe there's a table topper, maybe there is a poster, maybe there's some laminated information. I chat to the people along the way, walking past the little areas with soft furniture where you can huddle together and have little informal meetings. Probably walk into the meeting room at some point during the day to have either a SWOT session or another brainstorming session with everyone in the room, whiteboards, sticky notes, something up on the screen, projected up on the screen it's active, it's exciting. And if we need someone else, well, we can just open the door, walk across the office, tap someone on the shoulder and go, hey, do you just want to step in and help us out? If we needed to connect to any of the technology, well, there's probably a laminated guide of some sort, or maybe there is information actually splashed across the AV screen in the room. And if we can't do anything, we just call on the phone and an AV person will come in and help us out. From one day to the next, this changes, where we are used to walking into a room and getting to know someone a little bit by their handshake, by their body language. We know that all important chemistry that is created in the room between stakeholders at pitches, at work sessions, all that changed. Emily, would you show us what the poll is showing us? Fascinating. So 72% felt that you were prepared for managed remote working, and 28% said no, you were not. Now, we were only in part. We were an organization that really relied on that personal contact. We're a very creative organization. Carlos, I look forward to hearing what you have to say later in your talk. Let me see whether I can get to my next slide. There we go. So what this did was it gave us the opportunity to step back and think about things differently. And we boiled it down to very clearly and very obviously that the three areas we needed to focus on, the three areas that were particular challenges, were location, as in location versus co-location, not just for us, but also for our clients. Now, pairing that with the fact that we worked, as I said, across 112 countries, multiple areas of the organization in a multi-tenant environment, with multiple collaboration platforms and multiple AV platforms, you can see focusing on collaboration and focusing on technology, of course, was incredibly important. But what was exciting was we had the opportunity to change things and change them very fast, to take a beat, a very short beat, and think differently about things. So first and foremost, of course, we needed to collaborate. In an organization of our size, it is incredibly important that everybody is aligned and agreed on methods and messages right from the onset, and everyone came to the table. It was important we chose a single platform as opposed to ensuring that we were able to use whatever platform our clients or indeed our teams wanted to use. We got sponsor buy-in. We had an exciting sponsor journey that was supported by everyone across the team. IT naturally led by example, tested everything, tried new things out, and we built a new cross-organization change champion network so that the change could be cascaded, in a sense, throughout the organization. Then, of course, we needed to educate people, because that dialing the phone and calling the AV chap to come up and help us out was no longer available. And also, we suddenly went from not just using these platforms for AV, but indeed to work on them, to go cloud first, hardcore, in a very, very short period of time. So we created something called the Academy, where we, along with our partners, Microsoft, etc., predominantly Microsoft, trained IT, trained our service support teams, our service support partners, trained AV, trained all of our events team, developed ways of working with them, and then, of course, change champions and cascaded. We also enabled lots of self-learning. I was locked in a basement with our O365 team for about a week, and it paid off. We managed to create a network, an integrated network of communications across multiple intranets that were accessible from all these various tenants, to make sure all the messages were the same, to make sure that everything was interconnected so that we could enable self-learning, face-to-face learning, sponsor-led adoption drives, and share resources right across the organization. But then we needed to embed all that good stuff. Because one thing is understanding how technology works. Another thing is understanding how you make it part of your everyday. So driving broadcasts, teaching people to have their, as Katja was referring to, their socials, their team socials, because it needed to replace the Latin American lunch hour or the English time in the pub. That social connection was very necessary to people. Work with people on how to run project meetings effectively, daily stand-ups, but also, of course, asking people, how much do you want to connect to the wider team? How frequently would you like a town hall or a leadership broadcast? And ensure that there is that one-to-one connection also between leaders and team members. Now, we learned as much from this experience as we were trying to teach people. It's that wonderful flow, isn't it? Back and forth. So as we looked at Q&A, we learned as much about what we needed to focus on as what people wanted to know more about, and as we helped them understand more. We ensured there was support, of course, also for people on a daily basis, because one of the things we need to remember is that all of a sudden our worlds had changed, and people were emotionally impacted differently right across the organization. So ensuring that there were drop-in sessions to allow people to just have a conversation about what was on their mind or what was going on, and maybe learn some tricks and tips, really cranking up the well-being offerings that were shared across the organization. So people felt connected through learning, connected through a problem shared is a problem solved, etc. And then, of course, ensuring that everything we had was available on a click, because all of a sudden that digital signage, that table topper, that, wait, have you heard? All gone. Everything needs to be available on click. Just like in the rest of the world, if you don't exist online, you don't exist at all, do you? So we had to live by that rule and really reshape how we were sharing communication across the organization. As I said, intranet sources, of which there were multiple, making sure everything was connected, informing people about where they were, and then also, of course, asking them what else they wanted. I'm trying to get my slide to click forward. There we go. So we saw some change very, very rapidly. And this can come as no surprise to anyone. But one of the most interesting stats is this particular one. This is the private chat. This is not posts in Teams. This is the private chats in Teams. In 3 weeks, from the beginning to the end of March, it went up from 400,000 to 2.3 million across the organization. And that speaks to what Katja was talking about before. It's that water cooler moment that people really need, that informal conversation that suddenly wasn't available in the live space started to take place virtually, which was super, super interesting. So we settled in and, in essence, got on with our work. Once everyone embraced new ways of working, once everyone embraced the technology, life went on to some extent in the way that it had before. Indeed, our roles hadn't changed. And that gave us opportunity to step back and think, well, had we changed how we were thinking about remote working versus co-location? And again, we've got a little poll, because I'd love to hear what other organizations felt and thought. Of course, each organization works in their own way, and some people have had greater or lesser challenges to face when they were moving into managed remote working than others. Some were probably indeed already working partially from home. For us, it really allowed us to reassess remote working versus co-location. Many people reported higher productivity. Once we got adjusted to this new way of working right across the very many parts of the organization, people started to become really creative in this new environment. And of course, we were all working from home. We were all being immensely productive. So it was really easy to cultivate that trust that people were afraid might be absent, because every year, is a wonderful result. 96% of you have changed the way that you think about remote working. Isn't that interesting? We all trust that it works. We all trust that people get on with things. After all, we're seeing each other on video every day, aren't we? And of course, people can check status should they want to. And then, of course, we had another phase in the year. All of a sudden, middle of the year, we started to, all of a sudden might be the wrong term, but we started to open our offices again across Asia, across EMEA, and indeed also across the UK. Not at full capacity, as you can see, but still opening the offices. So what did that mean? Well, that once again meant, whoops, there we go, an opportunity to step back and think about things. And not only that, the things we were thinking about were again the same as before. We just needed to reconsider how we thought about them. So the three challenges remained the same: location, collaboration, and technology. So what did we focus on? Well, we focused on the importance, much like Katja just said, that you always have to ensure that a meeting is set up online. A lot of people, when they started coming into the office, were saying, oh, this is such a relief. I don't have to be on Teams calls all day. And of course, everyone here knows it's not that simple. And Teams calls and video calls are not going to go away. They are here to stay. They have changed the way we work forever. So when people come into the office, what we needed them to focus on and what we re-educated them around is it's who you work with that matters. And indeed, you may have to prepare a little bit more than you were used to. Where and how you connect matters. Going into a meeting room isn't the same as it used to be before, because A, you can be fewer people in the meeting room, but you also need to ensure that you include all those people who are working from home, that you pause when they need to give feedback so they can unmute their microphone, that you make sure that everything is digital. It is a very different way of working. Learning to use digital whiteboards, a very different way of working, and really important that that lesson we learned about standardization, working from the same platform, is essential, because it's the only way you can work in a hybrid team. Of course, also, again, referring back to what Katja was saying, make sure that your documentation is available, but make sure it's stored in the cloud, and that you collaborate on these shared platforms. Explore the various wonderful tools available and find out what's useful to you. And then another thing, a completely different thing, is looking at the office environment. We needed to change that drastically. We could no longer have tabletoppers because we couldn't have people touching anything, or flyers or anything that is tactile. Everything needed to become digital overnight. We also needed to completely change the way our meeting rooms were set up so that they were very smoothly integrated with Teams and other AV products if we needed to. Setting ourselves up for success was incredibly important. The Champions Network was a vital channel in cascading that and ensuring that we changed people's attitude along the way. If you think about a couple of years ago, maybe before you went on your remote working journey, but they used to, in many offices, be either, yeah, but if you're in the office, really trumps home, right? If you're in the office, if you're in the room, it's it being in the room that matters. If you're just dialing in, it's almost as if you're a second-class citizen. And that, of course, can no longer be the case, and is no longer the case, and needs to be remembered. We installed desk booking apps, making sure that people could come into the office and feel safe. And we also made sure that we managed our messages very carefully, and that leaders, when they went on calls, were not only speaking to people from home, but also speaking to people from the office, so that we could signal the hybrid environment. And this wasn't a lesser way of working, it is a different way of working. And it's actually allowed us to find learn some really interesting lessons, and to develop ourselves into something that's probably better than before. And one of the lessons we've learned along the way is, as we thought before, it still is true now. It's all about people. Ensuring that you have a soundly connected work environment means that you need to focus not just on the technology, but you need to focus on the people. And we reevaluated how we engage, not just the channels that we use to engage, but how we engage with people. And again, Emily is pushing a poll out to you to see whether you've reevaluated your culture and cultural and internal engagement in the organization. And it certainly has done that for us. It's allowed us to get to know each other in a completely different way. I mean, you now know what kind of art I like on at least one of my walls, which is something we would never have done before. And yes, you've all taken that same journey. So, running towards the end of this little journey together, we're still working in a hybrid environment, and we're doing that because we are working across so many countries. Of course, when we went into lockdown in the UK, that was quite a shift. But this journey has helped us focus not just on the tech, but on the people, the culture, what we stand for, who we are. We are getting to know each other in a way we never did before, and the complications that it may be when the lines between home environment and office environment blur, and we get to know the private person, but maybe also the complications and the challenges that you face when you are working from home. And also very much, it's brought home the fact that when people work remotely, there is that risk that they work actually too much and that it starts to affect the health and well-being of our people because there isn't that clear line. So we really made sure that we put our people and our culture center stage throughout the whole year, and it's something we're not stopping. The key areas that we've been allowed to focus on have been video, making sure that we open up that screen, that everybody sees each other's faces. You'll notice email is missing. From being a primary channel, email has now ceased to be that primary channel. It's just a formal channel, and it's become a link to the actual online information. Challenging people to turn on video was a big shift, window onto the soul and all that. And a lot of IT people, of course, are used to hiding themselves, but it's incredibly, incredibly powerful, enabling people to connect through broadcast, through what we helped our events team to create, WPP TV, enabling Q&A and learning from those Q&A, creating leadership videos, ensuring that our intranets are continuously improved at a speed that we've never seen before, ensuring that we focus on people-centric articles, on stories about inclusion, on stories about charity, on stories about how we dealt with isolation, how we dealt with homeschooling our children, celebrating success, and all of that in really regular drumbeats, and ensuring that we help everybody work very effectively with their teams, in Teams, Microsoft Teams, and other platforms to ensure that team activities remain part of the everyday. And so then finally, we included a couple of little fun bits along the way in our communication, because we all know that we miss body language incredibly. And we got off our seat and we walked the world together using a walking challenge called Walking Point to Point. We connected with people we've never spoken to before because we were thrown into lots of different teams. And it brought us together in a way that we may not have been able to do before. And we remember that the only constant in life is change, but now we are more prepared than we were before. So as we potentially transition into a hybrid mode, we're ready, but we may also have to be ready for something else. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vanessa, for that. That was amazing. Hi, everyone. I am Emily. I'm the voice behind the screen. So, and I'm the Learning Experience Lead at CITF. Vanessa, thank you. We've got 2 minutes left and we've had a couple of questions come through. So I'm just going to pull out one of them and then Vanessa can pick up any questions afterwards, guys, on the Slack channel, or I can email them over to you after. So just a quick one then, Vanessa. Do you think the new way has improved productivity?
I think for some people it has. I think it varies. I think it depends on people's emotional reaction to the situation, and it also depends on people's jobs. And we've certainly done the best we can to enable technical solutions that allow people to work as effectively from home as in the office. For some people, they've become more productive, but I've certainly become more productive. I do miss the little chats with people, but they do cut out about half an hour to an hour of my day.
Thank you, Shireen, and thank you, CITF.
Carlos, we can't hear you very well. Sorry.
Maybe if I take this down, you will be able to hear me. You see,
right,
technology.
I'm again.
Yeah, so thank you, Shireen, and thank you, CITF, for giving me the chance to talk. My name is Carlos Brito, and I'm the Global Head of Engineering at Mediacom. And for those of you who are not in the advertising industry, Mediacom is one of the largest advertising agencies in the world. There we go. So, even after working a decade in Mediacom, I still get a kick out of the number of dots that you see in this map, because that is the sheer size of the company. Mediacom has about 8,000 staff in 125 offices across 100 markets. We have central hubs in London, Paris, New York, Dusseldorf, Mexico, and Singapore. We are part of Group M, which is the largest media investment management operation in the world, with about 30% market share. So that means that 1 out of every $3 worth of advertisement go through our Group M parent company. So just let that sink in for a moment. And we're also part of WPP, right, as a large, and that's what Vanessa was talking about. So I think that talks about the size and sheer size of the company. I am actually located in Ann Arbor, Michigan. So that this little dot that you see up here, that's where I am located. And the next 3 slides, I'll talk a little bit about Mediacom, because I think it is important to give a little bit of context. And I'll be quick on those slides. So the next one is, we deliver results to 1/3 of the world's top advertisers. So, these are a list of some of our top advertisers. And I think these are brand names that you will actually recognize. And I've been involved in working in many of them. So that actually feels good. That feels very interesting work out there. But we also have long-lasting relationships, extensive relationships across the world. So, you see P&G for 45 years, Mars 26 years, Delft 12 years. And I think that is truly remarkable. When I first joined the company, I was working on some reports for Dell. Then, in 2010, after my firstborn was born, I actually went to Cincinnati to the P&G headquarters. So I think those are some sort of memories that I keep collecting, and I think that is very nice to be in a company of this size. But I think what makes Mediacom is all of this is made possible by our culture, which is people first, better results. And I think it is really nice that the title of this conference is Putting People First Conference. So People First, Better Result has been the tagline even before I joined the company, and it's something that we live for. It's a mantra, and I truly believe in the People First, Better Results company mantra. So I think that leads us into the specific case that I will be talking about today, which is the drive and tribulations of global integration of people, not systems. So I think that is the key here, right? We are talking about integration of people, and I think that is the core of this talk. So let's start with me and my team. It is usually awkward for me to talk about myself, and what I would prefer some voiceover coming over here, or talking about myself in the third person. I'm just gonna give it a shot and talk about me, which is a little bit of a shameless introduction. So I've been about 20 years in the industry. I'm part of the systems tech group. As I showed you before, I'm located in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I am originally from Ecuador, South America, so that's my background, but I've been in the US for over 20 years. I have a background in software engineering, as Shirin was saying. So I have spoken many different languages in my life. Spanish is my mother language, if you haven't noticed that yet. English is my second language, and I hope it's coming out around pretty well. I've also learned a little bit of German, but some of the other languages that I pick up along the way, I've done COBOL, I've done Visual Basic, C#, JavaScript. I'm pretty fluent in SQL, and those are, for those of you not familiar with, those are programming languages. But when people ask me how many languages you speak, I'm like, oof, plenty. I've come up through the ranks, and I have enjoyed, running the midnight oil, doing some programming, banging my head against the desk, saying, why is this program not working? But nowadays, I'm most likely, they like working in PowerPoint, answering to emails, being in Teams calls. So now it's more of a people work rather than working with the machine. I am a hands-on manager when I need to be, but I'm actually mostly hands-off. I trust, in my team to doing the things that they need to do. I always make an effort to know the lives of the people around me. I mean, that's one of the things I'm known for. As when we're at the office, I will come in and I will always say, hi to everybody in the office as soon as I walk in. But at the same time, I will get to know the people in the office. I will get to know not only in the office but in the other offices. I'll know about the children. I will know about their lives, because I think that human connection is really important. Some facts about my team: the engineering team itself at MediaCom is based in Ann Arbor, Michigan, London, UK, Guangzhou, China. But we are in other locations as well. As a systems tech group, where we have project managers, business analysts, and operations, and those are in many other cities around the world. In the engineering team, we have a talented pool of data engineers, data visualization professional, web developers, and so on. And so that says that we have a pretty depth and breadth of technology in our team, and that represents a lot of what we do in data management as well as some web development. Now, this is, I think, again, talking about people, one of the interesting things for me is that most people in my team have been with the company at least 5 years, and about half have been over 10 years, including myself. So for somebody who's in the IT industry, seeing, that level of many years in a team, I think is remarkable. And I think that is a result of a good company culture. So what was the challenge, right? So let's go into what I will be talking about. The challenge was to integrate a globally distributed team when, co-location was part of our DNA. And you would ask, what does this really mean, right? So historically, there was organic growth in the teams, in the engineering teams here, and the systems tech team, where they were located in each one of the regions. But each region was running at its own silo. And we were globally distributed, we were not working as a global team. Each location DNA was slightly different. So not only obvious things like internal culture, right? Not the usual is like, one team is in the US, one team is the UK. So that's definitely a difference. And one team is China. That's definitely difference in terms of culture, but also in the processes, in the tools that we're using to do a similar job. And at the same time, our project management competency within this was different in each location. So roughly about a year ago, we got a new CTO, Nadine Thompson, who requested to break those silos and create a truly global team. And that was the task at hand. So this is basically just show you the main hubs, give you a visual idea of where the teams were located, as a systems tech. We were in Ann Arbor, Toronto, New York, London, Singapore, Guangzhou, Manila, and Sydney. So where did we stand about 1 year ago in the systems tech? So, as I said, we got a new CTO. So, and Nadine invited me to this conference. So at the end, I'll let you be the judge to either thank her or frown upon that decision. So let me know later on. We operated mostly as regional offices with low cross collaboration between the offices, as I mentioned before. And our office is reflecting an in-person DNA culture, even though we had flexible working arrangements. In the US, we already had a culture of working from home, but we did maintain a pretty good presence in the office. I had, in the office, we were pretty flexible. I had early birds who will come, as early as 7 a.m. and night owls who will come, 10 or 11 to work. The UK office had also an in-person DNA that's, coming to go to the pub after work, which, I love that. I love that every time I visited that office. But Monday was, we started a program to unite the ways of working to fully achieve not only a global distributed team, but also a global distributed workload. And, a global team is not a small task. We wanted to have a connected team with a consistent approach and a global reach. So our planned journey to global integration, on a step-by-step, although this step-by-step is in hindsight, right? These steps are the things that I've seen now, and it's like, oh yeah, these are the steps we took. It wasn't necessarily exactly what it was. So the step one was an organizational structure. So creation of a strong PMO and organizational structure to align and support the change. So I took over all of the engineering team at the time. And then we started creating more of a process for the PMO to be more involved and to be bigger than it was at the time. Step two is good old process mapping. Find out what's similar, what's different, what's missing. I don't think I need to dive deeper on that because we all know good old process mapping. Step three was collaboration, not only in terms of working together, but also in which tools to use. So tools for project management, time tracking, time off. And then step four was training, all right? So now we have all of the pieces in place. Let's bring the knowledge and training on ways of working to the team together, speed up that agility. So we had a training session with the whole UK. We had planned for the next one. And then, right, suddenly COVID hits and, changes it all. Everything that you think was going to happen, is definitely derail a little. So I will talk about some of the tidbits here of some of the things that we experienced and how we experienced them and what we learned from them. So there was a plan to slowly, release a global collaboration tool, Microsoft Teams, to replace Skype for Business, which is what we were using before. And that went hyperspeed. It was supposed to be over months, and then we were planning, and then suddenly within a few weeks, it was released. Everybody needs to use it, and it actually went way smoother than everybody expected. It was not only at MediaCom, it was within the Group M group, so it was a large deployment, and it actually went really well. The next one is pretty interesting because here in the news from China, I was talking to my manager in China, and late February, and then when he started talking about, so we're in lockdown, we cannot go out, and I'm like, that feels so rare, right? So weird. And it's like, okay, I sort of understand, but I don't know if I truly understand. And then that went reality for everybody. It's like, okay, now I understand. Now I really know what you were talking about. And once it hit us globally, we changed gears. And I think we overreacted, right? We definitely said, okay, we're missing that connection. So we need to go into stand up overload, stand up for all of the teams every morning, including the leadership team. Every morning we had a stand up. And I think that gave us the meeting fatigue. The homework boundaries got blurred. You go in and then you wake up, you go to work and you're there. And then, at night you keep answering emails and you're still there. So I think those are the things that that start hitting us. And and what was considered flexibility before, working from home is, you're being flexible, you can allow people to be at home if they need to receive something, was now a forced reality. The engineering team mostly had families on their own and they needed to attend as well. But on the plus side, we got to know the kids like in person. In the US office, we had to bring your kids to work, so we already knew some of them. But this time, we actually see them. Sitting coming to our meetings and sometimes talk to us. So overall, I think that acceleration did feel like a whiplash. So we did feel that hit. And reflecting in those learnings and the adjustments that we made, I think it is important, right? I think some of the learnings is, to keep a sense of community. Embrace what's the new normal. I think one of the things that I found very interesting is when we were in the meetings that we had before, I may have a meeting where we had the group in the US and then we will conference in the group from the UK. but it felt like, when you were present, you're in one meeting, and the people who are coming remotely, they seem like in another meeting. Now that everybody is on the same conference, everybody's a first class citizen, everybody's on the same playing level. So I think that is really important. That I think I like it even more. And we kept some of the meetings. Keep your meetings on a regular basis if you need to keep informed. I have some meetings, shamelessly, I think they're mostly better for me than for everybody, but at least it brings the people together. And then some of those experiments that you had, they will fizzle out, and that's normal. Like in our case, daily stand-ups, even for the senior leadership, that was not part of our DNA, and that fizzle out, and that is fine. Maintain a culture of fun at work, adjust to the possibilities. So we were really into doing fun things at work. We had we had in trivia at work, we had like games, bring your kids to work, all of those things we had. And now that everybody was apart, we were feeling a little bit of the heat from that. But after that, we adapted, right? We have remote happy hour. We have had online bingo, which is quite a hit. We have had a multi-region trivia, and in a way, this wouldn't have happened under other circumstances. We would have kept those type of events in each one of the regions. Now they are actually global, and then it's fun to see some of the people from the other places. Check on each other regularly. I think this is really important. Make sure people are taking time off. So keep reminding people. We look at the time off and say, are you taking that time off? Are you recharging? I myself, through this lockdown, at one point, is like, what, I need a week off. So I just, it's like, I need a week off to recharge. But encourage also people to use company resource available. As part of Group M, as part of WPP, we have a lot of good resources available to us, from a mental health perspective, for webinars and things like that. Take advantage of that. Make sure that the people that are on your team are also taking advantage of that. I think for me, it has been really important to find a coworker to be your confidant, who you can release, and be truly yourself, and say, today I'm really not doing well, or today, I need to just lay this off on you, and then have that two-way communication. I think is really important to find somebody. And get back on your original plans, right? The global integration was not interrupted by COVID. It was only sidetracked, but now it seems like even easier, because everybody's at the same place. It's a level playing field. So I think that regardless of what happened, I think you just need to get back and then start doing. Everybody's on the same boat. Everybody's present in the same way. Everybody's present in the same meeting. So I think for me, it actually, in a way, it made things easier. So if I were to leave you with something, I want to leave you with 3 takeaways. The number one is like, focus on people. And this is what we're talking about here. This is what we're all about, right? I do truly believe in our people first, better results, MediaCom tagline. So make every effort to assess the impact of changes on people and adjust to what's best for the team. Speed is important, but not over the health of the team, right? So ask regularly how people are doing, and also play to the strengths of the people, right? Play to the strengths of your team, because given the circumstances, you may not be able to go and go in a hiring spree and try to find how do I get the best out of there. No, it's like, how do I get the best out of the team that I have, and how do I use those strengths to make it better. Number 2, process mapping and role specializations are key, and I think in technology, again, coming up through the ranks, engineers like me tend to underestimate the importance of a strong project management office, of a strong business analysis, and for example, there is this concept of the hero developer, and I think that is actually dangerous. It leads to burnouts, and that's where the engineer actually can do it all. The engineer can be a PM, can be a BA, can be a the know-it-all, and I think that could be dangerous, leads to burnout and a lack of connection sometimes with the business. So we need to appreciate those other roles, to be the connection with the business, to be people whose job is to actually manage the task. Manage time is difficult. Manage relationships with other departments is difficult. So having a single person or putting that in the shoulders or just the engineers, it could be really difficult. So I realize how important process mapping is, and a strong global project management office have helped me bridge those gaps to form a truly global team. And I think, last but not least, is enjoy the journey, right? Change is difficult. change can be painful, change can be exhausting. And if you don't enjoy the journey, then you will be miserable, and then may not be appreciate the success at the end of the of the process. I use tons of analogies every time I talk. I like to use analogies. I know when I was talking to Shireen, it's she likes some of the analogies that I use. I always use movies as well to to try to get my point across. So I'm gonna use a movie that hopefully most of you have seen. If you haven't seen, then if you plan on seeing, you just do some earmuffs, and then say, I don't want to listen what he's gonna say. But if you have seen the movie Mad Max Fury Road, right? You will know that it's pure action. It's an action film that goes throughout all the time. And then they're going to their destination. The destination is the place to be, and then they just keep going and going and going. When they get there, it's fairly disappointing, very disappointing. So from that point of view, it's like imagine if that's exactly what happened to you and you didn't enjoy the ride, it will be really, really bad. So my advice, it's be the guy with the red guitar, right? If you have not seen him, go Google Mad Max red guitar. He has a blast throughout the whole thing. He's over the top, but he's one of my favorites. And every time I remember, enjoying the journey, it's like I gotta be like that guy. That guy was having a blast every single minute, regardless of what was going around him. So with that, that's what I wanted to cover today. I mean, thank you for listening, and I hope this contributed in some way to your journey. Now it's when I will open to take any questions from you.
Hey, thank you so much, Carlos. We're going to go straight over to Q&A because we've got a few minutes for that. We've had some good questions coming through. One question that's come through is, how has your PMO changed due to COVID?
So the PMO, to tell you the truth, it wasn't as strong before. Before we were a very engineering led, and then during COVID, it's when we start strengthening and bringing more people into the PMO office, and they have helped tremendously because they help maintain that communication with the stakeholders. They help maintain that communication and not only the communication but time management. Time management is key, and that's something that we as engineers most of the time are not as good at estimating, are good at as keeping on top. And that art of keeping on top of tasks and actually keeping a communication channels open has helped us tremendously in this journey.
Fantastic, thank you. Okay, next question, another one that has come through. Has going fully remote helped close the space between your global teams?
It has. It definitely has. As I mentioned during my talk, the fact that in the past I will have a 2-region meeting, and then I will be as part of one in person. I think it makes the people who were on the other side a little bit feel maybe that they're less important because they're not in the room, they're not experiencing that in-person connection. Now everybody's on the same room, right? Everybody is looking at themselves as one box. Or if you have Teams, you can go into the which one is the gallery mode, I think, where you only see the faces. That's amazing. But you can see and you feel that connection that everybody's on the same playing field. So I think that has helped us quite a bit on that end.
Thank you. Okay, time for a couple more. What are your thoughts on co-location in a world post-COVID?
I think it is still important. So I think co-location is really important to have those other connections, right? It may not be the work itself, but that office space that you can call home, especially if your company has mostly been, had locations where you're at and have those locations where you connect. So I believe it's really important to connect. I believe it's really important to be there. And I think it's really important to work remotely all the time is fine, but it hasn't been it's not like everybody signed up for it. When people came in, and then they work at the office, a lot of them came in because they like the office environment, because they like to have that people connection. And then suddenly this said, now you're working from home whether you want it or not. So I think post-COVID, I think it is still important to have that home connection, but there are certain things, as Vanessa pointed out, that will actually change. There are certain things that will actually stick for the future, and we need to adapt to that.
Fantastic, thank you. So one question that's just come through now. Sorry, guys, just trying to make sure I'm capturing all your questions while we've got time. Is, do you have any tips for facilitating more engaging remote meetings?
Some of the tips is actually try to keep a connection. To give you a particular example to make sure that everybody is connected. When we were in person and I used to go into the office, I will basically walk through the office, say hi to everybody, and because we were like in person, I will request that people who are not in the office basically will post in one of our channels and say, I'm working from home, right? What WFH, right? I'm working from home. That's one of the things that we have kept. So now there is a channel that it says work location, and guess what? Everybody goes in the morning, and everybody puts working from home because everybody knows they are working from home. But that still gives us a connection to know that we're here, we are present. We know we're not in the office, but we are in the office. And some of the jokes that we had in person actually still remain there. We had one running one that every Monday was either myself or somebody in my team will go and say TGIM. and now in the chat there's still a TGIM that goes from time to time. It doesn't please everybody, but it still gives us a chuckle from time to time.
Thank you. Great tips. And then we'll move to the last question then. So last one that's come through is, if you have dependencies between your teams in different time zones, how are you managing those?
So that is that is pretty interesting, because that means that not necessarily I can bring all of the teams at the same time. So what we do is we try to adjust to the time zones. I mean, it has worked really well for the people who are early birds, because 7 a.m. is noon in London and it has quite a bit of overlap. At the same time, a lot of people who work in APAC, they are pretty used to the time zone difference. So people who start at 7 a.m. is 7 p.m. on the other side. And that has worked well. From a senior leadership team, for example, we have a person who works in Australia, and that makes it almost impossible to find good times. But we adjust. We have a weekly meeting, and then one of those 4 weekly meetings, we actually do it at like 6:30 a.m. in US time, so it could actually accommodate everybody at the same time. But you just get used to it. You end up your day earlier. It's still light outside. We're here in in Michigan soon. It's going to be dark at 4:30, so getting off a little earlier will actually help.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Carlos, thank you so much for your time. Any other questions that are coming through for Carlos, obviously, please put them in the chat box. Carlos, I know you're going to be hanging around a little bit afterwards, so if you've got some time to reply to those, that would be fantastic. Likewise, guys, send them through on the Q&A and we'll get them answered afterwards, as always. Thanks so much for your time today, Carlos.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
I hope that you can hear me. It'd be nice to see, so I'm having some audio problems. So it'd be nice to see Shireen or Emily, if they could turn on their camera and go and say something. Yes, we're good. Okay, all right, thank you so much. All right, so well, you thought Carlos had an accent? Be ready for an accent. Now we're gonna talk about creating relationships and building trust. I've been working in a remote team for 12 years now. I founded this company called Ricaris with 2 other people. We created a completely remote company when there was no technology to support that idea. And from that, we took all those experiences. We had a team of psychologists working into creating this company culture. So based on that, we created this spin-off of the company called Managing Virtual Teams, where we help companies go remote. And that has been a huge topic now. So we're gonna focus today on trust. It's been wonderful to have Vanessa and Katya talk about a lot about building company culture and employee engagement. It has been really beautiful. And I'm gonna move towards the same direction as them, but focusing on trust. So we'll do this talk a little bit based on your experience. So I will come with some information, but I want you to think about your experience with trust. So I would ask you again to leave all the notifications and come here. I'll be asking you some questions. I'll be asking you to think about people you trust. So your experience is going to be very important. Also, I'm going to be giving you some tips, and I would like you to write them down either with a classical pen or in another way. So you can write down all these experiences and all the things that resonate with you, and then you can put them in action. Sometimes we go to these conferences, we get many ideas, and then the next week we forgot everything. So I'd like you to write down whatever resonates with you. You'll see a pencil appearing in the slide, so you know that it's time to maybe write something. We'll talk about relationships and trust. We'll talk about how to keep them inside the team, now that we are going remote. We'll talk about building trust with new team members. What happens when somebody joins the team? What happens when we have suppliers? How are the remote relations with them? And then we'll do a quick summary, and hopefully we'll have time for questions. So let's go to your experience. Now I'd like you to take a moment and think about those 3, 5 people that you really trust. Write down their names. 3 is enough. All right, you can write them for yourself. You don't have to share them at this point. Probably we don't know them. Now that we have their names, let's think a little bit about how you have built that relationship. How have you done it? And for each person, it might be slightly different. So we're talking about people that you know that if you have a hard time, that if you need anything, they're gonna be there for you. How have you reached that level in the relationship? And if you can go into detail, that'd be great. To summarize, probably it's people that you've known for a long time. You've been able to invest time together. Maybe it started with just having coffees or meeting each other at an activity, and then you have built that level of trust. And also you have had a lot of interactions, and probably some of those interactions were in times of crisis. So let's go, and there might be many other things, but I think it's a fine way to summarize that trust has been built through time, through a lot of interactions and different interactions. And now I'd like you to think about what kinds of interactions you've had with them. Has it been phone calls, a lot of phone calls? Have you been through hard situations together? How have you built that relationship? Through what kinds of interactions? I you to make this exercise, because a lot from what we know about our experience, then we can apply to the workplace. And I think that we can summarize that a way to build trust is first to always keep feeding the relationship, time again. Probably you have had this relation with these people for a long time, so you have had a chance to know that you could trust them. Probably there's a lot of transparency. You know almost everything about them. There's no hidden secrets. There's no dark areas of their life that you don't know about. And this is another reason why you can trust them, because you know a lot about them. And you get each other a lot of feedback. So there's always this constant interaction, this constant building together something, going through stages in life together. So we can apply this in the office. And we can apply this when we are talking about the work life now that we are remote. So I would say that you need to keep feeding this relationship the same way like if you were in the office. Now we'll see how. Increasing the transparency even more than before, because now there's distance, and also increasing the feedback so people know that they're on the right track. So we have a poll ready, and it'd be really good to know how you are now feeding the relationship. So if you could vote, and Emily will give us the results shortly. The answers are a little bit long, so take a moment to read them and choose the one that you think best fits. Emily, do we have the answers? Yes, awesome, excellent. So the ways that you are doing this right now, it's you are having regular monthly team building activities online, which is absolutely fantastic. You are having one-to-one meetings to see how people are doing. Fantastic. Not so many people are having their daily coffee or water coolant moment. That's I think that's a neat idea. We talked, Katia talked to us about their daily stand-up. That's one way of doing, more formal, more like a ritual. You can also have these water coolers. Other people say that they have meetings and follow the agenda, but there's no socializing. So I would say probably this one person who gave this answer, I would advise to do a little bit of socializing, maybe not so much during the meeting. I'll propose some ideas now. So let's look at other ideas to improve trust, to keep feeding the relationship, to increase transparency, and to increase feedback. I keep repeating, but as Vanessa said, it takes 7 times to get something in our brain. So here I am with a repetition. All right, I'd like to go with less meetings. More communication in tools, less meetings, but better meetings. So when we do have meetings, they are to build trust. They're not so much to discuss aspects that can be put in a tool, but to build something together, to get to know each other. So then when time of crisis comes, then we can be together, and we have built this pack, this group. If you want to hear about better meetings, about 4 or 5 months ago, we had a webinar here, and we'll share the link with you, because I think it's a half-an-hour webinar strictly and only talking about how to have better remote meetings. So we talk about the meeting structure, who needs to be invited, tips for engagement. Right now, one of the last questions was about how to have more engagement during meetings. So we talk about that. So I recommend that you watch that video. And in order to feed the relationship, it's important to have more fun. So we need to know each other more. And so I recommend that you keep doing all the events that you were doing before in the office. If you had after work drinks, keep having them. If you had Christmas parties, I hope you'll have Christmas parties now in about a month, and that they're going to be fantastic. And also create new ones. We need to establish new ways for people to relate to each other. All those aspects that we talked about earlier, like, oh, I hear something and that's how I learn, or I'm in the office and somebody comments on something, and then that has a lot of meaning for me. So we need to find other ways through informal communication to do that. We need to be a little bit more human and more personal. Now, about the personal topic, it's not always easy. Not everybody is open. So what I would recommend is that you provide some personal information to the level that you're used to, and see how the others reply. I don't like it so much when people just ask direct questions. Not everybody might be comfortable answering them. So it's better to you start providing that personal information and then see how others are replying, and slowly you'll create that level of personal interactions. And the other point is to be there in key moments. Now we are going through transformation. There is change in the companies. So it's very important that we understand our role in key moments, so then this trust keeps building. Regarding transparency, I would like to throw this idea to you. I call it the monthly Congress. It doesn't have to sound so official. It's just a monthly meeting for 1-2 hours where all the team members are given basic information about either the project or the company. So I would start this meeting with a fun icebreaker or personal info sharing. Probably an organized icebreaker might be better if the team doesn't know each other. If it's a team that knows each other very well, then you can just let them talk in order for the first minutes. And then it's very good to go to the second point and share company and team information. For example, we need to think about this point as a way to go straight to the motivation of the teams. As an example, how has our work helped some clients if we work directly with clients? So go with a success story. How has our work helped the department next door? Again, another success story. Something that is opening this or reconnecting people with the purpose. One of the things that happens very often when we work remotely is that we lose motivation. We lose the connection with the purpose, why we're there. Some people like to go to work because of the social aspect, so we need to make sure we replace that. Others, they feel a very strong connection with what the company does and what their role in the company does, so we need to make sure we keep feeding that. That's important. Other people, they really thrive when they are advancing in their career and they are learning new things. So it's important too that in these meetings, we provide a little course or a little development activity. And at the end, we have a fun activity. If you do this every month, and if you follow the little advice I've given you, you will be providing motivation to everybody in your team, because you will be aiming for the people who are there because of the social aspect, the people who are there because they want to master something, the people who are there because they're connected with the purpose. So you'll make sure that there's something that everybody likes, and you'll keep that motivation going, as well as the transparency. So make sure that there's also an area where you talk about certain aspects of the company and bring them into this circle, right? And the last point is to increase feedback. And that's extremely important right now. People might feel more lonely than before and a little bit more lost. So it's very important. And I would say a weekly one-to-one with each team member is absolutely key at the moment, especially taking into consideration the pandemic situation. So checking with people, even if it's only 15 minutes, that's that's enough, but it needs to be there. And increasing the person's connection, and then super communicating. And super communicating is a term I invented, so I will explain it to you. We need to be super communicating when we are remote because the distance is much bigger. So we are going to be communicating better, which means more clear, shorter sentences, very direct, very concise, and very warm. Those short messages that maybe we used to launch before when we were in the same office were okay, because then people would see us during lunchtime and they would see that we are smiling and good, but now they don't see us. So let's try to be especially warm, more proactive. Make sure there's solutions in your message. I love to end every message with an idea, a proactive idea, so the other person just has to reply, okay, let's move forward. So let's think about being more proactive, more assertive, so stronger with our beliefs and our needs, but in a very positive way. Johanna was just half an hour ago talking about humor in teams, and it is extremely important, but sarcasm sometimes translates poorly in email and across cultures too. So let's hold on to the sarcasm. Let's go with humor. Let's go with nice humor, but let's be careful with sarcasm because it has a hard translation sometimes. And enthusiasm. The more enthusiasm you put in your remote communications, whether it's email, on Slack, in meetings. We were also talking about, well, we are getting tired in meetings. What can we do? It's about also giving a lot of enthusiasm. So I'd say go full there and communicate more. Repetition. You need to repeat more when we are remote, more recognition and more things. So let's move forward. When we have a new person join the team, when we are new to a company, it's very easy because we see things. We see what people are doing in the meeting rooms. We see how people are communicating, but now we don't have that. So I say that we need to create this relationship, have very clear expectations, and of course, a mentoring program. A lot of companies have a mentoring program, so I'll pay more attention to the other two. This is an activity, it's called Sharing Wisdom. And it's an activity that I propose that you do in all with all the people that first join the team. And it's an activity where each person shares pieces of wisdom that they have learned and they share them with the group. So I'll share this with you later so you can look at the details, but it's something that I think it's going to help you. So do an activity to get to know each other. Create a lot of informal communications. This means a lot of meetings where people can meet randomly, where I don't know if you know the company GitLab, they have a ton of informal communication. So they have meetings for people who are grandparents, and then they can go show their kids, people with pets, and then they show their pets. So they have like all kinds of informal communications, but even if they are informal, I say that they need to be included in the processes and that they include everybody in some degree. The other thing to help new team members is to create expectations. So a very clear handbook with ground rules that break paradigms that people might come with certain biases or certain mental paradigms to the company, break them right there, tell them what you're about, and of course, a clear onboarding program. And mentoring, you probably know a lot about that. So first 2 weeks, I would say daily follow-up when we are remote, and then we can go to a weekly follow-up. What happens with suppliers? My advice is that you treat them like they were normal team members. So get to know who they are, what they're doing, their motivations, do a kickoff, a soft kickoff to talk about the team, who's there, what values you share, and then a hard one specific about your topic. How will we measure success? How will communicate, etc., etc. What happens when you are the supplier and you are new to a remote team? So I go with introduce yourself extensively, make sure that they know you very well, and who you are, why you are a professional, why you deserve to be there, what other projects you have been part of, and how they connect with the people you're working with. So make an effort to introduce yourself. And if you have to call a meeting just to do that, do it. Tell them about your references, your success stories, tell them about yourself. Make it human so you can build that relation. And then when the crisis comes, you have like a base to work with them. Always use video so they can see you. With providers, we like to know where they are. We like to know, and we can knock on the door. When we are remote, there's no doors to knock. So use video, that will help you with the interactions. Be very available, and of course, anticipate. That's the big value that you bring to the team. And when you do gain new skills, if you take a course, tell them, explain, because then they'll count on you for other things. So just to summarize, 3 key ideas. Feed the relationship during the work time. Make sure you take time to do that. Use transparency and openness, because that will help you increase trust. And do one-to-one calls because they will help you understand how the team is doing, and you'll be able to provide more feedback that will help the people improve. So I'd like to know which one of all the things we talked about today you're going to pick. Please circle it if you wrote it down. And I'd like to ask you to activate it tomorrow. Not everything, just pick one thing that you want to do, something that really resonated with you. And then tomorrow you start doing that. And now I'd like to hear your questions.
Thanks so much, Anna. That was
Yes.
great. We're going over to questions. So we have our first question. Would you say enthusiasm levels need to be governed by culture?
Say that again, enthusiasm levels?
Would you say that enthusiasm levels need to be governed by the culture?
Absolutely, absolutely. But we are all responsible for what we do. So it goes both ways, right? Company culture needs to include that, but it needs to be in all the levels. And all of us need to understand that power of enthusiasm. And I love the example that Carlos gave. It's about the journey. So just be the one there rocking out. And the more you rock out, the more energy you're going to get from the organization. So it needs to be worked, yes, from the cultural level, and we need to very quickly spot when there's toxic situations or toxic way of doing or toxic employees, so we can address them very fast, because there's nothing worse for enthusiasm and a positive environment than having toxic spots here and there. Yeah.
Okay, great. One more question then. In terms of your approach with internal and external and building that relationship, what would you say is the kind of key difference between the two?
I think that when we are part of the team, we need to really be aware of who's there and be very mindful about the needs of every person, the way that each person is communicating. So we have that duty and that luxury too, to embrace that diversity that we have in the team. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to all of the questions. We've covered all of the questions. Thank you so much, Anna. Obviously, as said before, keep adding questions, guys. Anna can answer those in the chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You can hear me? Can everybody hear me? Because I'm not hearing anything back. Great, fantastic. Well, I better start showing my screen then. Let's go.
We can hear you fine, Gabriel.
Okay, now I can hear you. Interesting. There we go. All right, let me find the right screen. You should now see my screen in about a second. that right? Okay, so thank you very much for having me here today, and hello everybody. It's been an amazing lineup and great content so far. I have really enjoyed it, and I'm lucky enough to get the last slot before lunch. So here we go. I think Emily has already put up the poll I would like you to ask. It is a slightly more in-depth poll than the other ones. So if you don't mind, if you could go ahead and start just answering those. This is very knowledge-centric. So switch gears a little bit, switch your mindset and start thinking about how you are contributing knowledge, sharing knowledge within your organization, and give me these answers, please. Thank you. I'll give you about a minute. See if there's anyone left here before lunch. Give about 20 seconds more. Say 5 seconds more, Emily, and we stop it. I think that's it. All right, fantastic. So we can see some results here on the screen. It is, yeah, it's a good set of results. Of course, I'm not going to go into depth about them here. It's not too uncommon that the majority would say, so about half here says that basically less than 10% are sharing content proactively. There is a surprising high amount. Then again, not that many have answered the poll. There is a good amount here that's answering 25% or more, which is very high compared to what we normally see. Also, just looking at some of the others, it is interesting to see, just looking at the two last questions right now, you generally feel that content is valuable in meetings and in chats and really should be shared. So with that, I just want to quickly move on. I obviously have just a little bit of time left here today. So we only had about 12 minutes left, I think it is. And there are three examples that I want to cover off today, which in the past were very, very difficult or quite simply impossible to deal with when it comes to capturing knowledge. And I hope you'll go away with three takeaways from today. How water travels, everything is knowledge, and it's the perfect time now to embrace the new world of working. So let me start with water. It has this funny way of finding the easiest way down, no matter what you do. We learned this the hard way over the years, building document management and KM solutions. If you make it too hard for users to comply, they'll just work around it. They will use their local drives. They will use a USB drive. They will use some cloud service. They will use emails. They'll do whatever it takes to get their job done. That's a fact. We also know from feedback, consistently actually from users, that you can see there some of the actual feedback from organizations. They just can't find stuff. They really don't want to tag because they have to do it manually, but they still want things to be organized better, and they really can't be bothered saving into sort of the traditional DMs. So we've learned that our software, which is Atlas for Microsoft 365, it really needs to be designed people first, right? It needs to be designed in a way and built in such a way it goes with the flow, working behind the scenes with and for the users rather than slowing them down. Making them feel like they're constantly blocked is not the way to get the job done. Like this tight Teams integration you can see here. Drag and drop a document into a project workspace, into a conversation with a colleague, and you're done. No questions asked. It's all tagged behind the scenes. It's a foundation here for fantastic search and increased knowledge-centric productivity gains. So it's a foundation really for connecting people to knowledge. And it's a foundation also to take advantage of some of the amazing and advanced services coming out from Microsoft. Now consider the argument that everything is knowledge and look beyond the normal contents of the document. other areas where a lot of knowledge is discussed or created again and again is within the conversations that are happening in chats, such as the chats in Teams. But this knowledge is very often lost, or at least you could say it's held within the silo of the chat. It's an area where I know a lot of investments are being made by Microsoft, and we've already started tapping into this from our Atlas solution perspective. As you're seeing in this example, the opportunity here to facilitate and help users convert a piece of chat content into contextual knowledge. Here you're seeing the knowledge bot in action. Obviously, this is an early example of the user experience. This is technology coming through the next, say, 12 months. But the key is how the technology is rapidly maturing to allow for these scenarios to be supported. And flipping it around, conversations in chat can also be enriched with automatic highlighting of topics that we know about already. In this example, you see how 2 topics have been underlined and highlighted. This technology, like the knowledge bot before, is leveraging the big investments Microsoft is making into a program called Project Cortex. We're a preferred partner for this program. It's been amazing to see the vision and the progress in the last couple of years. To now be part of a launch of the first product coming out of this called SharePoint Syntax. It can be briefly be summed up into technology that uses AI and automation to convert structured and unstructured data into knowledge. In this case here, we're seeing the AI having recognized some known topics, Project Core and Mark 8, within the chat content, which I then as a user can now learn more about. So I can hover over the topic and a topic card appears. I can click on it. And when I do, I get much more information than what I'm getting just on this screen here. I get a full topic details experience. So moving on to meetings. Meetings happen all the time, now more than ever. Although, of course, the vast majority now is online. But businesses have always rotated around meetings. Traditionally, meetings have, of course, been mainly offline, face-to-face. With the transition, we all saw, I would say the last maybe 5 years, 10 years, into some sort of a blend, people being in the same room and some people connecting in. And now they're all online, for the time being at least. What is clear is that we're definitely, absolutely changing the shape of how meetings are taking place. I know Anna said less meetings as a recommendation, and I wouldn't disagree. The fact is, everything we're doing right now, every time we interact with people, it is effectively a meeting right now. But either way, the way meetings are conducted and our new world of working is definitely changing. What's fascinating, though, is how little of the knowledge shared or gathered in meetings becomes widely available knowledge. For example, how many decisions are made in meetings that are later forgotten or not followed up on, or more importantly, that are not shared with those that need to know. Because all meetings are now online and they can automatically be recorded, there's a massive opportunity. And with the new features coming, summing up that meeting content, in fact, creating a meeting summary with the recording, with automatically extracting the transcript, the notes taken, as well as the content that was shared, you will have, in effect, a fantastic bucket of content relating to that meeting. However, the next step we're working on from an Atlas perspective is the obvious one, using the underpinnings of this knowledge platform, of the automatic tagging, etc., to ensure that that meeting content is tagged and shared with all the colleagues that need to know. Imagine the value if the actions, the decisions that are made in meetings shared. Imagine if you, showing you as a leader or as a manager, decisions that were made or actions that were agreed during the last week, and being able to contextualize it, being able to follow up on it, being able to understand who was involved, who needs to be involved. This is incredibly valuable information. So technically speaking, for those that are technically inclined, I mentioned Project Cortex earlier. It will take a much longer session to go into that. But in summary, we and everybody really should start thinking about taking advantage of these new services that are coming. That Microsoft are putting a lot of investment in behind this. And on our side, we've built Atlas on and for Microsoft 365, which means we can take advantage of all that and all the relevant features. With the content services and the AI capabilities, we can lift that bar further. We can extract knowledge from within documents, from within conversations. And that's, of course, incredibly exciting. So, in summary, there is an opportunity here that's too good to miss. We can capture stuff, we can capture knowledge that we just couldn't capture before. Whether it's unstructured knowledge, things that are exchanged during conversation or in a meeting, things that are information, knowledge, whatever, that's buried inside documents, we can start to capture this today using the tools that are either available today or coming available very, very soon. We can prepare for that opportunity and we can take advantage of that opportunity today. So there are 3 takeaways really here. 1, water does always find the easiest way down. So reduce friction for creating, sharing, and consuming knowledge. And everything is knowledge. That includes meetings, it includes chat, social, potentially web. Embrace this new world of working because the opportunities are, quite frankly, amazing right now. And there is, in any case, no turning back. I would encourage you to also consider some of these big investments Microsoft making. They're also sort of going out into the how do we educate customers about it, and they're engaging partners through funded programs. And there's a number of workshops available that we can deliver free of charge for organizations that meet certain criteria that Microsoft sets. So we nominate organizations. I would encourage you to put yourself forward. We'll nominate you as an organization and potentially be able to run these workshops. There's a lot of learning in these workshops, and you can really start going in deep how to use Teams, but also how to go in deep in terms of knowledge discovery and knowledge extraction. I think I've got about a minute left, so I will have a quick check if there are sort of any chat questions coming in. I don't think there are. Everybody wants to go for lunch. So with that, just want to say thank you very much for participating. Feel free to reach out to me. My contact details are on the screen. And with that, please enjoy your lunch.
My name is Maeve Waite. I am a work psychologist and I'm also the Wellbeing Engagement Manager for Science and Technology Facilities Council. So I'm going to talk to you today a little bit about how you can become a role model for mental agility in your organisation and what that actually means. We have got a short session today, and so I'm well aware that mental health and wellbeing is a really big topic. So I am going to just scratch the surface today. But I hope that you find it useful. We're going to talk about, how we can improve our mental well-being, how we can understand what's really going on with our mental health and well-being, but also to kind of understand how we can help ourselves and help each other, particularly this year, because it's been a really difficult year and there have been so many things going on that we have to think about. So I just hope that you find this useful and gives you some ideas and some things to think about in your own lives, but also in your organisations as well. So we're going to talk a little bit about mental health to start with. So really what I want to talk about is mental health. What is it? What's the difference between mental health and mental well-being? And I think a lot of people really think that when we talk about mental health, we're really just talking about mental illness, but we're not. Mental illness is such a small part of mental health as a whole. So when we're talking about mental health or even talking about physical health, we're actually referring to the subjective condition that we're in. We're talking about, what's actually happening to us as a whole, what's the objective state or condition of our bodies, our minds, etc. But mental well-being or physical well-being is how we're coping day to day. So how are we actually managing things day to day? How are we managing stresses? How are we managing fatigue? How are we managing pain? Things like that. And I've got a diagram here that I think Mental Health First Aid England use quite a lot. And I think it's a really great diagram because I think it helps you understand a little bit how broad, the spectrum of mental health is. So really what it kind of shows here is that on the y-axis, you've got mental well-being, and on the x-axis, you've got mental health issues. Really what we want to set, what I really want to get across to you is that you don't need to have a diagnosis of a mental health. I never sort of underestimate the irony of talking about well-being and then the technical issues that always have an impact on my stress levels as well. So don't worry about that, everybody. So basically what I want to say is that if you have a diagnosis of a mental health condition, that doesn't necessarily mean that your mental well-being is bad. And likewise, you can really struggle with your mental well-being without having a diagnosis. So things like chronic stress, for example. And also, we talk about our mental health every single day. If you've ever spoken to somebody who said, oh, I'm so fed up with this, or, I'm really excited for this, I can't wait for, X, Y, Z to happen. You'll talk about how you feel. So you're talking about your mental health, but I think for a lot of the time, we just don't give it the kind of the significance that it really deserves. I don't think we necessarily sort of attribute having, those conversations about mental health in our everyday life. So moving on then, I'm not going to go into too much detail here, but this is a model called the biopsychosocial model. And essentially it's just a model to help everybody understand there are so many different things that impact on how we struggle with our mental health or our well-being. We've got the social factors, so what happened in our family growing up? Did we go through lots of sort of traumatic experiences? What were our relationships like? Our peers, our friends, our colleagues, school, were you bullied at school? Were you maybe a popular kid at school? All these different experiences have an impact on how you cope with things later in life. So the biological side of things, your physical health, how's that doing? Are you quite fit? Are you sort of, do you have good mobility? Things like that. Are your internal organ systems working as they should be? Genes obviously has a massive impact on how we deal with things, and we often inherit kind of necessarily ways of coping through or certain conditions maybe through our genes. And again, disability. So if you've got a pre-existing condition, that will obviously impact on what your day-to-day looks like and how you cope with that. And then the psychological. So, what's your self-esteem like? Do you feel confident and empowered in yourself? Do you like yourself? How do you cope with stress and any, unexpected events? How do you deal with these things? What are your social skills like? Are you an introvert? Are you an extrovert? And there's no right or wrong way to do these things, by the way. We are all completely different, but this is just to show you just how complex mental health and well-being and general health and well-being can be, because there are so many different factors that influence what our experiences are like. So this is just a nice little model that I like to use, and I use this a lot when I'm training up staff as well in mental health and stress. And it's called the stress bucket. And essentially this has been developed by some researchers in the early 2000s. And essentially, if you think of it all, like we've all got our own stress bucket, and those stress buckets will look different because we've had all these different experiences that have influenced maybe how much stress we can cope with without feeling overwhelmed, how much stress is enough stress for us to feel motivated and things like that. So we have this thing called the stress bucket, and over time, life events will fill that bucket up with stress. And you can see some examples there on the slide, whether it's job problems, anxiety, dealing with change, dealing with the unexpected and all these sorts of things. And we have what we have as a normal level, and we have a relaxed level. So, how full that stress bucket gets, sometimes it's manageable and we can deal with that stress and we can keep going. And actually, what we do is, because we're constantly filtering out that stress by doing things like we've got on those examples, resting, talking to people, managing our time, all those sorts of things. And again, it's whatever works for you. But if we don't deal with that stress, if we don't filter it out, eventually that stress bucket is going to overflow. And particularly if we leave it overflowing for a long time, that's when we can start to develop symptoms like anxiety, like depression, and actually things just become really unmanageable. And actually, when we're having that stress response, we've got a stressor that's causing us all this grief. When we have that stress response, our bodies are releasing all these hormones. So we've got cortisol, we've got adrenaline, and we've got noradrenaline, and they're raging around our body. And essentially, when we feel overwhelmed, we've got more of those coming out, more of those sort of going everywhere around our body. And that's what makes us feel overwhelmed, because we've got that imbalance of hormones. They're not at the normal level. They're not at that normal or relaxed level that makes us feel more in control. And if we don't do anything about that for a long term, we can actually start to get some physical side effects, which aren't very nice. So things like increased blood pressure, bad sleep, fatigue, migraines, things like that. And again, the longer we leave it, the more potential we have for those negative side effects as well. So I just want to talk a little bit about work here and mental health in the workplace. So there are loads of different factors here, and this has been a piece of research by some psychologists again in the early 2000s. And there are all these different factors that can impact on our mental health, and not just negatively here as well. A lot of these can make a really positive difference to our mental health. So because I know we only have a limited amount of time today, I'm not going to go through all of them in detail, but I'm just going to pick out a couple. Workload, I think, is probably one of, if not the most common issue that people talk about when they're talking about work-related stress. It's always going to be the thing that makes us feel the most stressed at work. And, you know, we know that if we are overloaded with work, maybe we've got lots of deadlines, we feel under pressure, we feel stressed. It makes us feel overwhelmed. Sometimes that can make us really upset. And if that goes on and on for a long time, that might make us feel really quite bad in ourselves, and we can start to develop symptoms of anxiety, depression, etc. And that's the same with any of these factors. But conversely, you know, if we don't have enough work to do, that can also make us feel, you know, maybe undervalued, underused. We kind of feel a bit worthless, like we don't have a sense of purpose. So actually having a sort of a balanced workload can make us feel really empowered, can make us feel useful, can make us feel worthwhile and like we've got a purpose to do in the workplace. And it makes us feel good about ourselves. It makes us feel, you know, we're here to do something and we are making a difference. So that's just one thing. Another thing would be career development. So, you know, the positives of career development, you know, we are learning new skills, we are growing in confidence, we are moving our career forward. If we don't get those opportunities, we can feel stunted. Again, we might not feel valued by our organisation. We might just feel pretty rubbish about ourselves, and we might start to turn inwards and think, well, actually, I'm just not very good at my job. That's maybe why they're not doing it. And we start to doubt ourselves as well. But the one that I always come back to here is this one of control, because that is the one that feeds into all these other factors, not just in the workplace, but outside the workplace as well. Because when we feel that we're in control of a situation, we feel confident, we feel empowered. And when we don't feel like we're in control, that's what causes us stress, and that's what causes us anxiety. And control is this biggest one that we do need to think about. How much control do we have in the workplace over how much work we do? What type of work we do? How much control do we have over our working hours? How much control do we have over the development of our careers as well? So that's really what makes us feel rubbish when we don't have that control over what's going on. And that leads me nicely to my next slide. So I think we can all agree that 2020 has been the year of uncertainty for various different reasons. It's been one of those years. It's been, let's call a spade here. It's been a pretty rubbish year. So one of the things that has made this a particularly rubbish year is because it's all been so uncertain. We've had no control over what's happened this year to an extent, and I don't think anybody could have predicted that this would have been the year that it's been. And control in itself is a survival mechanism. So it basically allows us to prepare for any sort of threats out there. And those threats essentially comes back to our evolutionary days. It's all about survival instinct. And, they used to talk about survival of the fittest. It's all about keeping us safe. We still have these innate survival instincts within us. We've evolved physically, but mentally, not so much. So we still react as if we're being threatened by having that fight or flight stress response with all those hormones raging around our system that I mentioned earlier. But we don't have the same threats that we used to have back in those days, back when we were in the caves or whatever. We don't have saber-toothed tigers that we have to worry about maybe coming to, rip our heads off or whatever. That just doesn't necessarily happen. It might in some places, but let's just say, day to day, that doesn't really happen for most of us. So we had different stresses instead. And so, for example, a day-to-day stressor for the present day might be, say, the fire alarm. If a fire goes, we have that stress response, we have all those hormones flooding our system, and that gives us control of the situation because it prepares us for either action, whether that's to fight the fire or to run away from the fire. So when we don't have control, we get stressed or maybe we get anxious. And that's why this year's been particularly rubbish, because we haven't really had much control. And so that's when we now have to start thinking about what can we control? And if we can't control it, can we influence it instead? So for example, COVID. We can't control necessarily that there is a global pandemic out there right now. If I could step outside my door, click my fingers and COVID disappeared, that would be fantastic. But unfortunately, I can't do that. But what I can do is influence things. So, granted, we're in a lockdown here in England at the moment, but, it's things about, wearing a mask, socially distancing, self-isolating as well, spreading awareness, watching the news or whatever. It's all about influencing what we can do within our own lives. And sometimes you just can't control what's going on. And if you can't control it, it's just about sort of parking it. And a colleague of mine was talking about the US election last week when we were talking about control and influence. And she said, I was hooked to the news. I just kept watching what was going on, but I'm not an American citizen. I can't vote. I can't really do anything about it. So I can't really control the outcome here. So I just have to just park it and accept it. What I can control is maybe how much I watch the news, because it made me feel stressed, the whole situation. So that's what she took back control, and she reduced the amount of sort of news content that she was consuming, and that made her feel better. She took back control of her life. So related to this is this concept of locus of control, which some of you may or may not have heard of. And this was a psychological concept that was developed in, I believe, the 1960s. And it's basically how we approach life, how we look at life. And we have things called an internal locus of control, where we believe that everything that happens to us is a result of our hard work. You know, we've put in the hard work, we've put in the time, everything that happens is a result of that. If we have an external locus of control, we believe that it doesn't matter what we do, everything is just going to happen anyway. It's very much a sod's law kind of approach to life. But, you know, people who are really struggling with their mental health, you know, in whatever way, they might tend to have more of that external locus of control, because they believe that, you know, no matter what's going on, no matter how many times they try therapy, it just doesn't work. Or no matter how many people they talk to, they're not going to get the help. It's not going to go away. So what we can do to take back that control is use some of these strategies like goal setting, particularly if you're a line manager and you're managing somebody who's really struggling with this at the moment. Break things down into chunks, set them goals, manageable goals, so SMART goals again, and make them feel like they've got control of their situation. They're addressing it little bit by little bit. And that is going to empower them. That is going to give them that confidence back to deal with things. And you might be thinking about this in your own life as well. So, for example, with lockdown, we can't necessarily, you know, influence what's going on. We can't necessarily control the fact we can't wake up tomorrow and make everything better again. So we have to think about what can we control in our own lives? How can we do this? And some of this could be things like goal setting. It could be mindfulness. It could be about staying within the present and thinking, what can I do today? What are my goals for today? And making those decisions. And again, that is going to empower us and make us feel more better. And again, it's about feeling like we're in control and managing that stress and managing that anxiety as well. So how do we manage our own mental health? Now, if you've ever struggled with your mental health or well-being in any way, shape or form, some of this might sound a little bit trite. It might sound a little bit trivial. You know, I think particularly if you've gone through a period of real stress or maybe depression or whatever it is, things like getting 5 portions of fruit and veg a day is just not going to be high up on your priority list. It's just going to be getting through the day. It's not, you're just not going to care. It's not going to be a priority. But these are the sorts of things, you know, eating well, drinking enough water, getting out to do some sort of exercise, taking breaks, make sure you get a good night's sleep. These are the sorts of things that build us a good foundation so we can manage whatever goes on. If there are any life events out there that, you know, happen maybe unexpectedly, we're much more likely to be able to manage those situations if we've already sort of got that good foundation for looking after ourselves. And I don't know if anybody's heard of the 5 Ways to Wellbeing, but this is a piece of research that the New Economics Foundation did, and Mind endorses it as well. And essentially it says about these 5 different ways that you can look after yourself and improve your own levels of wellbeing. And they are things like connecting with others, you know, giving back to others or giving time to others or giving money. It's about giving something from you. It's learning new skills. That doesn't have to be professionally. It can literally just be, you know, reading about something new that you wouldn't necessarily read about, or, you know, taking up a new hobby or something like that. It's about being mindful as well and staying in that moment, maybe practicing things like meditation or yoga or mindfulness or whatever it is, and also staying active, because exercise has been proven to really help, you know, things like anxiety, depression, stress, across all ages as well. So these are the things that are really important, and they are the things that are most likely to go out the window when you're struggling with your mental health. But if you can slowly start to integrate these back into your daily routine again, that makes such a big difference as well. And obviously, if you are really struggling with your mental health, and sometimes these things will work, and sometimes a combination of different things will work for you. There's no one size fits all when it comes to wellbeing. But if you need extra help, please do seek further help, maybe through the NHS, maybe privately, depends. It's up to you and whatever your situation sort of requires as well. And framing techniques, reframing techniques. So, you know, if you find yourself, you're starting to have sort of negative thoughts and you're finding that that's kind of starting to spiral, it's making you feel more stressed and things, bring yourself back to the present. I caught the end of the last session with all the breathing exercises. That's a brilliant way to bring yourself sort of back into the moment and manage, you know, your stress levels and make you think about, okay, what's right in front of me right now? What can I do right this second? And one thing, and it sounds probably really silly, but I do this quite a lot, and I've struggled with mental health issues myself. And when I find myself going down a particularly negative thought sort of cycle, I kind of then bring myself back and I think, right, what can I see right in front of me right now? So I would say I can see a black laptop, I can see a water bottle, I can see a notebook, I can see my phone, whatever. And I actually make myself say those things to myself in my head. It sounds really silly, but it works, and it works for me. But sometimes there might be a little bit of trial and error to find what works for you, and there's no right way to do this. And I just want to say one last thing quickly about how we manage our own mental health. There's been a lot of stigma around crying, and some people just don't feel comfortable crying, they don't feel comfortable showing emotion. That is fine, that is up to you. But if you are somebody who needs a big old cry sometimes, that is fine. We have tear ducts for a reason. So when I was talking about all those stress hormones going around our bodies all the time, they've actually done some research and found that when we cry, we actually secrete sort of traces of those stress hormones in our tears. So actually our tear ducts are there as a survival mechanism to readdress that stress, sort of, you know, restore the balance of those stress hormones and all our other hormones in our systems. That's why we feel so much better after we've had a big old cry. The bigger the better, the uglier the better. It's going to make you feel better because we are actually just releasing those stress hormones and we are getting back to that balance again. Okay. So how do we help others? And some of you might be line managers, some of you might be colleagues that you know some colleagues who are struggling with their mental health. So hopefully here I'll give you some ideas of what you can do. Goes without saying, regular communication. This is even more important now because we can't necessarily see each other. So that could be regular catch-ups, could be regular one-to-ones. It doesn't even have to be work-related. It could just do a catch-up or whatever. Some things that have happened in the organisation where I work is that people have done sort of bake-off competitions. They've had a coffee morning sort of virtually as well. And it's just about bringing people together again, particularly people who might be in the shielded categories or people who might be living on their own as well. It's really important to keep up that communication. Signposting, so know the resources. If you're in an organisation that's got lots of things available, or even just a few things available to help support your staff, know what those resources are so you can signpost them to other people as well. And be clear about expectations. I think with, you know, working from home, the boundaries between work and life have become so easily blurred. And it's become a lot harder to necessarily know what you should be doing. And I think a lot of people have panicked because maybe they might be worried that their bosses think that they're not working when they are. So they're almost extending their working hours, then taking fewer breaks. So if you're a line manager, just be clear about the expectations and be clear, you know, that you trust them and that you trust them to do the right thing as well. And be as flexible as possible. We don't know what happens in other people's lives behind the scenes. We cannot make any assumptions about what's going on in their lives. So the more flexible we are, the more control not only you as a manager have over that situation because you're less likely to be caught unawares, but also the more control that individual has over how they manage their day-to-day as well. Wellness action plans are great. We use them in STFC all the time. And essentially, these are informal documents that Mind have put together. And if you're a line manager and you've got somebody else who's struggling, you can fill out a wellness action plan. And essentially, it's a plan of action if something happens when somebody is struggling in your organisation. So they've got the kind of go-tos. These are the things that really help me. These are the things that really aren't going to help me. And it doesn't have to be, you know, shared with HR or anything like that. It's just between you two, and it just gives you kind of almost a safety blanket to go back to. No judgment. Goes without saying here. If anybody is struggling, we don't know what's going on. We cannot, you know, underestimate or overestimate what their experiences will be like. So just, you know, be kind, essentially. And remember, everybody's different. Even if you think you might understand, or even if, you know, you've been through something similar yourself, it doesn't necessarily mean that it will be the same for everybody. So just remember that it's more about them, and make sure that they've got the space to talk about what they need to talk about. And I've just linked here to the What Works Centre for Wellbeing. They've done a PDF about remote working and they've made it available, and essentially it's a poster and it gives you some really good ideas about how to manage people remotely and what helps and what really helps in terms of wellbeing as well. What Works Centre for Wellbeing is the UK's leading evidence base for everything wellbeing, so they are complete experts in this area and they are absolutely brilliant. But what if you're a manager and what if you're struggling too? First and foremost, you are human. That is okay to admit it, that you're not okay. Just because you have the role of a line manager or a senior line manager or a director or an executive director or whoever, that doesn't make you immune to these things. You know, arguably that might make you more likely to maybe come under things like stress. So, you know, it's okay to just say that, you're struggling as well. You're still human and you have that duty of care to yourself as much as you do to your employees. Use the resources that you would signpost to as well. The better you know them, the easier it is to signpost them and to integrate them into sort of regular day-to-day conversation. Again, reframing techniques, if that's what works to you. Sometimes it's all about putting your sort of own stuff into a box, putting that to the side and then maybe coming back to it later. And that's a good way to kind of give yourself the time and space to dedicate to your own needs as well as to other needs. Look into relevant training. So again, what's going on in your organisation, maybe externally, is there anything that might be useful? Lead an example by seeking help. Your staff members are far more likely to seek help if they've basically been shown that anybody can do it, because they will look to their line managers and the senior line managers and senior management for permission, even implicit permission, to actually go and do these things for themselves. Talk to your manager too. And it's okay if you don't get it right. It's very actually quite hard to get it spectacularly wrong. And if worse comes to the worst and you panic and you're not sure what to do, just think about, if you were in that person's shoes, how would you want to be treated? How would you want somebody to talk to you? What are the things you absolutely wouldn't want somebody to say to you? And just go with that. And then lastly, how do we manage our organization's mental health? So if you are a leader in your organization, or you're in a capacity where you might be able to influence decisions of senior management as well, or department heads or whatever, these might be just some ideas that you might find useful. So got risk assessments here. Health and safety executive have lots of different information about stress risk assessments, and it just basically helps you identify where the pockets of stress are in your organization. Is it that there's a toxic culture in maybe one department that's impacting people's well-being? Is it the fact that everyone's got ridiculously high workloads? Is it that there aren't enough career opportunities to develop in this department, or whatever it is? The more you know, the better you can tailor your support. And again, that goes again with staff surveys and focus groups. It's all very well giving people a staff survey saying, how do you feel out today? I feel 7 out of 10 today. What does that mean? 7 out of 10 to me could be a 4 out of 10 to you. It might be completely different. So make sure that you do give them the opportunity to give that qualitative feedback as well. Crisis plans. So essentially, if somebody in your organisation is maybe suicidal or has attempted suicide or is having maybe a psychotic episode or a severe panic attack, do you have a plan in place to know what to do in that situation? Do you know who to go to? Do you know what the protocol is? It's always useful, particularly when we're seeing, things like this right now with COVID, with everything being so sort of unexpected. These are the sorts of things that we need to be thinking about. Clear communication I've talked about, staff networks and champions. It's great to have these. Also make sure that you are evaluating how well they're being used as well. Senior level buy-in. Everything is going to be a lot slower to get through if your senior management aren't on board with supporting your staff. Line management training, obviously, to let line managers know what they need to do. If you've got any benefits like an employee assistance program, make sure that that's being communicated. People know how to access it as well. And remember, you do have a legal obligation to manage the health, safety and well-being of your staff as well. So just some things to think about here.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the People Conference run by CITF. Just to introduce myself, I am the IT Director for Royal Mail Group, and I look after operations and transformation. We are very lucky to have Chintan Patel with us today. Chintan, would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Sure. Hi, Pooja, and hi, everybody. My name's Chintan Patel. I'm the CTO for Cisco here in the UK and Ireland.
Chintan, we have a few questions for you today. The first one being, which is quite pertinent and very relevant in today's circumstances, leadership. So leadership during this crisis has been extremely crucial. Can you tell us what you have done differently to lead Cisco through these difficult times?
Well, I think firstly, it's been a learning experience for all of us. I don't think any leadership training would have prepared any of us for what we're going through as organizations and leaders. But I think one of the things that we've certainly come out from this crisis, which we're still going through, is that an organization's purpose and their culture really show through. And that's really emerged as something which is probably more important than before COVID-19 in differentiating how certainly organizations operate, how they treat employees, and wider society. You know, we've all had an opportunity to look at what we can do beyond our kind of four walls and what we can do to support society through the crisis. And, you know, whilst it's important to kind of realize that our team are pretty much doing the same, are under the same challenges, whether they work from home or remotely, I think it's, you know, our job to uncover, you know, the challenges that, you know, they're facing, because everyone's facing challenges in different ways and different forms, as it were. And so as leaders, even when we're not meeting face to face, we have to uncover those, and we have to, probably the most frequent question we all need to ask is, how are you doing? And, you know, we've been certainly instilling that in our leaders to make sure we're doing that for all employees at all levels. I think from some of the things that we've done differently, you know, just increase the level of communication throughout the company, top down, remain accessible as leaders, you know, not disappear as it's easy to do if you're virtual, visible to employees, and through different channels. Obviously, we're using lots more video for all hands meetings, you know, all of the collaboration tools that are available to each and every one of us. But, you know, for example, our executive leadership team globally have been running, you know, bi-weekly check-ins. We used to do them quarterly, but, you know, we've been doing them every 2 weeks. And so everybody gets to hear from our CEO and the top executives. There are no taboos. We talk about everything that's going on, you know, whether it's from the coronavirus crisis, whether it's mental health, whether it's issues around racism in society that we've seen, you know, topics that are top of mind for our employees, right? Are the things that are top of mind in society. So we've been doing that, but also providing lots of Q&A time so that people have a chance to ask questions and get them answered. I think lastly, we've learned a lot about each other, things we didn't know before. You know, but we've been guests in our leaders' living rooms, kitchens, vice versa. So I think that's been one of the big positives.
Thank you. I think some of the things you said resonate with most of us. You know, the Zoom meetings, absolutely, check-ins, just asking how you are, because it's important, because we're missing out on that, you know, coffee chats. So thank you. In relation to the new priorities for us as technology leaders in 2021, what do you think are our new latest priorities as we enter into a phase of even more uncertainty?
One of the things we found, we recently did a CIO impact study on COVID-19 on the CIO, and out of the sort of 300 or so people that responded, you know, it was interesting, some of the statistics around 88% of CIOs felt that actually the role of the CIO, CTO, CDO, as it were, is expanding to have greater impact on the organization and across the industries. And for me, you know, it's really a unique chance for all IT leaders to really build on the newly gained trust and appreciation that you know, companies have laid upon them. Because I think, you know, IT has really come out along with healthcare and people in social care as the superheroes who've really helped society fight on and organizations to fight through. So I think a lot of what IT leaders have done is they've laid the foundation. You know, we have collectively laid the foundation for whatever will come next, because nobody knows really how this will pan out. And so actually all of the building blocks we're putting in now should serve organizations better. You know, we've seen probably 10 years worth of transformation in digital technology happen in 10 months. And, you know, that kind of compression of activity now means, you know, let's break down some of the complexities. let's look at how we transform our infrastructure for the future. How do we secure all the data we're creating? Reimagine the application landscape, which is so important. Apps are central to everything that we do now. And how do we continue to empower our teams? Because we have to allow people to collaborate in new ways in this sort of hybrid working world.
Thank you. Superheroes. I'll remember that word. Yes, next time I speak to in my teams. Yes.
Indeed.
Have you put any new practices and norms in place as a result of this lockdown and changes in recent working practices?
I think we've been pretty fortunate at Cisco, given what we make, what we do in terms of connectivity, collaboration, tools like WebEx, which at the peak of the pandemic, we had 500 million minutes of meetings a month. So we've seen incredible growth on remote working, and we've always had that as a company. But I think for many organizations, we've had organizations that went from 20,000 people working from home, maybe to going to 140,000 people or 300,000 people, in a matter of 10 days is no mean feat. And I think it's required, certainly for us, a lot of teaming across functions, a lot of ensuring that people had all the things that they needed. Because I think, we've often had people working from home. They've got a laptop, they've got internet connectivity, and they can go. But I think the prolonged period has meant we've had to really help employees around the ergonomics and actually look at, well, is the place that you're working on fit for purpose? Do we need to make sure you need the right type of chair, the tables, the screens, right? We're spending more time in front of our laptops than we did before. And so, ensuring that some of those basics are covered off and that people have access to that. So allocating budget for our leaders to allow employees to have access to technology. We obviously make technology video endpoints, which typically used to be in the offices, but now we put them in people's homes because they need that same quality experience when they're engaging with our customers and our partners. What we did, I think, working from home for us we didn't really see significant change in email usage. That's pretty much stayed the same. But real-time collaboration was the winner. File sharing, 80% increase in WebEx Teams messaging, and I think we've seen that across the board. And now, I think what we've also seen is that actually, people using the technology for so many different things, whether it's happy hour meetings, pub quizzes. We're seeing all sorts of new things being put in place, and we're encouraging that because I think we all used to have dead time in the day where we might perhaps be traveling from A to B, and we've lost that. And I think just having breaks that allow people to decompress has been important.
Some really good nuggets in there. Thank you. But do you have any concern about the long-term negative impact on productivity within this hybrid working environment?
I think it's it's not going to be for everyone. I think we will have a hybrid future. I think for many organizations this will become the new norm for sure. We recently did a study around workforce of the future, and this is something that went across 12 countries to 12,000 respondents. So we got a pretty good consensus in terms of input, and almost 2/3 of respondents said they were more productive. And actually only 12% said they disagreed or strongly disagreed that they were more productive. And you can put that down to a lot of factors. Some people's working environment at home, they don't have the luxury of an office, for example. They're working in their kitchen, in their bedroom, and clearly that wouldn't be productive. What we also found was actually, there's faster decision making in terms of elements of productivity, because people kind of knew that other people were around. They're able to connect with them far quicker with the tools and actually make decisions quicker. And so that was an element of productivity increase. I think the other thing we saw was 78% of employees believing businesses need to provide the workforce with similar technology at home as they have in the office. And that's probably one of the biggest positives to come out from this crisis, is that we've proven, I think, collectively that you don't need to be in the same room to collaborate effectively. Absolutely, there are aspects where that has to happen, but it is possible to do so if you're not physically together. And virtual technology has stepped up a lot in that. I think employees of all ages and demographics are calling for upskilling. I think if the pandemic's taught us anything, is that technology will play such a crucial role now and in the future. And actually the survey echoed this around, nearly 78% said they think more training on technology, more digital skills will be fundamental in the future for business success. So, I think we need to rethink productivity. I think we need to look at the real measures and challenge our thinking about what does productivity really mean.
Good one on that one. And I think I agree with you on the meeting culture, because I think people get tired sitting in front of the PC. Decision making is definitely quicker. That's what I've seen as well. Yes, I totally agree. So how do you ensure you keep in touch with what customers really want from you?
Keeping the conversation alive. I think when we finding different ways to engage our customers has been important. Everybody's going through similar challenges. Everything's virtual, clearly. So you've got to find unique ways to provide different experiences to your customers, different ways of engaging, learning, and trying not to do the same thing over and over again. And I think that's what we found. I think there's no shortage of webinars, going on, and I think everyone's diaries are so packed now that you have to really think about what are you trying to get across. Why it's important for the audience or the people that you're trying to get into a particular event, and really make it compelling. And so I think that's the bit that's been powerful, whether it's customer roundtables, smaller sessions, but also large sessions as well, where you actually bring everybody together in a much bigger format as well. So it's that, and also just I mentioned earlier around that question of how are you doing to your employees. It's the same question for our customers and our partners. It's the same question to ask, because I think you get a level of empathy and connection when you do ask that.
And what's the most important thing you've learned in your career which you can use in the current environment?
There's no substitute for really knowing your market, technology, your customers, and really taking the time to learn, and I think, and continue to develop yourself. And I think that's the pandemic's given actually everybody a chance to take time out to do that, and really look at what are the skills that they need to do. Before it was there would always be an excuse that I can't go on that training course, or I can't do this because I don't have the time. And actually what I've been challenging my team is to say, look, you have the time, right? You've got to make sure you're preparing yourself for the future, and you're developing both technically and from a business perspective. I think I'm a big believer in building strong teams of smart people who are really passionate about the mission, right? I think if you can assemble a team that are passionate about the mission, and then give them the freedom to go and trust, more importantly, in the virtual world, right? Because you're not physically seeing people, giving them the trust and empowering them to go and execute, I think you get strong results. So I think those are the things I've learned throughout my career, and we're kind of trying to ensure we continue to put them in place right now.
Excellent. Something else I read about you, that you take part in the Confederation of British Industry, BAME in the Tech Group. So what is your opinion about the most effective diversity and inclusion initiatives within Cisco?
I think for us, we about a year ago, so well before the pandemic, as a company, we made a decision to relook at our mission as an organization. And since its inception, Cisco's mission was to change the way the world works, lives, plays, and learns. And for everything that we've done, we believe we did that, with everything that Cisco's done over the years in connecting the global internet and the world together. So our executive team and the company at large came up with a new purpose statement, which was to power an inclusive future. And I think, with a little bit of hindsight, you can look at that now and think, well, that was such a powerful thing to have done, because that's at the heart of what we're doing as a company now, is to power an inclusive future, which, takes into account all of the different challenges, takes into account all of the different societal impact that there is, and actually how technology can play a fundamental role in that. And so, for us, inclusivity and collaboration are and support for diversity are absolutely center to what we do as an organization. We've got to address bias, we've got to encourage allyship through different programs. Advance full spectrum diversity is so important, and promote empathy and belonging and across all of our teams. We're big proponents of the multiplier effect, which is to create a culture of sponsorship by getting proximate to diverse talent and making sure our executives across the whole stage of the company sponsor someone different to them, right? And actually put themselves in their shoes to accelerate their career. And so we've been challenging our peers to do that. We've been very active in some of the social challenges that have been going on, supporting the Black community. We're committing to things as a company to drive more diversity at all levels of the organization. Diverse talent accelerators, we're kind of putting together programs which enable that to happen, where we've had 14,000 Cisco leaders and HR employees that are now making better decisions around hiring, smarter decisions around what we do in our recruitment processes as well. But I think on a positive note, we also celebrate. We've been celebrating different cultures. Most recently, our Connected Black Professionals Employee Resource Group globally celebrated Black History Month, and we had activities going on around the world. We have Diwali coming up together for our colleagues who celebrate the Hindu Festival of Light, and so we engage, and we have everyone from our CEO globally, Chuck Robbins, to all leaders across the company, really championing this. And we think that when you're doing this, you get a level of engagement from your employees, and you're more representative to society and having an impact with your customers. So we're very proud of what we're doing there.
And have you seen any difference with what all of these initiatives? Are you able to measure the difference?
We are with a number of different measures around, intake of talent. For example, recently we took on board just a few months ago around 60 new apprentices here in our UK organisation, and more than 50% of those were from BAME backgrounds, but also female as well. So it's across all of those spectrums that we're looking to drive that, and also things like measuring what we're doing in terms of the multiplier effect, who's taking it, what impact is it having in terms of helping employees grow through the organization, etc. So yeah, absolutely.
So Chintan, what do you think are the biggest challenges and opportunities that we have on how we work today?
I think the opportunities are to help employees and our organizations really take a fresh look at whether this is the new norm for them, and actually really try to understand whether as we start phased returns back to work where we're able to do so, really look at who are those critical employees who really do need to get back into the office, for example, and rethinking what that office landscape looks like. Because I think, if we're all honest, we're probably all tired of the four walls, even if we're highly productive and getting more done than we've ever done working from home. There's a very real impact on many employees across our organizations. We're very conscious of our early in career talent, many of whom are living on their own, and don't have the luxury of an office or a spare place to go and work, and they're kind of living with other people as well in some cases who are working as well, and so it's a challenging environment for them. So really looking at how do we create some phased opportunities for people to step back into the office 1 day a week, 2 day a week, whatever that looks like. But be deliberate about that, right? And make sure we're targeting the people that really do need to get back and collaborate. We're also, I think one of the other opportunities is to really make sure that when we do send people back, making sure that we have the technology there, because a lot of people won't be there. And actually one of the reasons why you go to the office is to collaborate with people. So, what video technology can we put in place that enables people to connect with those employees that are still going to be remote for a period of time. I think the challenges they're linked to what I talked about, but they're linked to more of a notion around really employee well-being. You know, I used a phrase at the sort of midway through the pandemic where it didn't feel like you were working from home. It felt like you were sleeping at the office. And I think, you know, we've all felt that. And, you know, I think there's another acronym that's coming out now, which is, you know, it's not about, we used to use WFH, you know, working from home, but now it's going to be GTO. We're going to the office. You know, that's going to be the new acronym that we actually use. But, you know, that kind of mental health awareness, making sure we're checking with employees who are lonely or vulnerable or isolated, and finding ways to stay engaged with them, and bringing them as part of a broader set of activities going on.
Yes, and I tend to call it the cabin fever.
Yeah,
after
absolutely.
a while, it's enough. You know, all you need to do is get out of the room. Yes, and that's becoming quite significant now. I totally agree. So keeping your teams motivated, then I think you've spoken about what Cisco are doing. But personally for you, how do you keep your teams motivated after many months of working from home, which, as you rightly said, can lead to feelings of isolation? How do you intend to motivate them in the next few months?
I think it's, you know, I think we've learned a lot of things throughout the period. I think, you know, engaging with employees on different ways in terms of what we're sharing with them, what are we allowing people to share about what they're doing, giving space in the diary for things which are not work related, giving people just simply time off. You know, our CEO did some really incredible things in terms of throughout the kind of period over the summer, you know, giving the whole company a day off, right, on several occasions. And that's not a small exercise, you know, for a global organization to say, okay, right, you know, we want but I think it's that empathy and understanding that actually we just need to decompress. We just need to disconnect from that cabin fever, go and do something with your family, go and do something different where possible, which just gets you away from sitting in front of the laptop. We've been doing some, you know, really, I think going forward, really some interesting things around, you know, just internal hackathons, getting employees to build things and showcase and reward and have prizes and competitions around that. We have developer challenges that are going on with my engineering teams. There are many virtual engagements, fun engagements that the team are doing. I think we've got a Halloween one going on right now, actually, which is being kind of topical for the team. But you know, we're getting into the festivities that are going on and providing new ways for employees to have a voice as well.
Yes, I think that's really good. I think we've done our quizzes now.
Yes.
I think it's more engagement, isn't it? And I had a comedy night the other night, which is quite interesting, just to see the talent you have in your team and what comes out.
You're absolutely right. I think it's showcasing some of the hidden talents. I mean, I didn't know I had a yoga teacher in the team. I didn't know I had somebody who was a musician. I didn't know somebody who could, you know, build things in you know, DIY fashion. So I think we've just uncovered untapped talent, and yes. It's been incredible.
And do you have any mindfulness practice that you can talk about?
I think the one thing that I've now started to do is, you know, we're tethered to our devices, right? And even though we're in proximity of the office and we have our laptops, our mobile devices, our tablets and our smartphones will send us notifications which disrupt anything else that we're doing. And so I've now consciously and asked, you know, to turn off notifications on emails, you know, Teams messages, etc., and make sure I do that on a daily basis, because I think otherwise you just don't get any time to think about anything else as a leader, because you're in constant demand. You are, you know, there for a lot of things, and I think you also as a leader need to have that space. If you're going to operate effectively for your teams, you've got to have that time as well. And so that's certainly one of the things I do. But also, I've tried to get a ritual going of making sure I go out for some fresh air every single day, and going for a walk and not taking any devices with me, so that I am able to sort of clear the head.
Yes, and I do that as well. And I find that really surprising when my kids turn around and say, how can you walk? How can you go without your phone? And it's a practice. It does take a lot of practice to leave it behind. Yes, no, good. So all of us are learning to take on world-changing challenges right now. How is a tech giant like Cisco supporting organizations during this pandemic?
We've been very focused on around the world, just what our employees can do to help those around them in society. We're incredibly proud of the work that our teams, many of my engineers did in setting up the first Nightingale hospitals here in the UK. Where within a matter of days and weeks, putting in the technology that enabled us to get ready for whatever was going to come. Gladly it didn't, and we didn't use the hospitals in the end, but they're there, right? The technology is there, the facilities are there. Whether it's like many organizations, and without any kind of guidance, they used and set up some of our offices to turn into 3D printing facilities for face visors and face shields, and distributing them to local hospitals. Hundreds of thousands created around the world, from San Jose to here in Reading. We had a facility, and in many countries around the world. So I think that people wanting to help others has really come to the fore. And we've been making sure that for all of our customers, we've been there to help them ramp up, whether it's service providers who needed to ramp up internet capacity at the early stages when everybody thought the internet would fall down. It didn't. We saw unprecedented levels of traffic growth, but actually working in conjunction with all of the service providers globally to make sure that the internet peering point survived, and made sure we consistently had the kind of bandwidth to support the increase in home working, actually making sure that we keep everybody safe. A lot of people may not know, but Cisco is one of the largest, if not now the largest, cybersecurity company globally. And some of the amazing things that our teams do, in amongst all of the goodwill that the world has shown, there have been people who have taken advantage of everybody being digital, connected, not in their normal place of work, and security challenges. And so, we've seen throughout the pandemic, hackers trying to attack COVID research, vaccine research, hospitals, etc. And so, we've been very focused on ensuring we're not only trying to tackle the digital malware issues that are going on, but also protecting organizations' IT infrastructure. We've been, we're blocking circa 20,000, threats every single day on the global internet, and 20 billion threats at 20. It's a mind-boggling number in terms of what that really means. And when you add it all together, that's about 7 trillion threats a year. And it shows you the scale at which we're having to operate to keep everybody digitally connected, safe and secure.
Okay, thank you. View that the apprenticeship levy must be overhauled to help large companies create more jobs for young people. So it was all over the news as well. What are you doing in this area at Cisco?
Apprentices play, it's such an important area. I mentioned earlier, we are very active in recruiting apprentices. We've just added another 60 just in the last 3 months, and they're going through our apprentice program in terms of training, etc. I think we've got to continue. I think we've got to continue to drive that. I think it is such an important part of certainly our recruitment strategy. I know it is for many organisations here in the UK. So we'll continue to lobby to make sure that the programme works, both for the government, both for employers, and most importantly, when you think about the challenges there are with jobs for the next generation, this is an absolutely critical vehicle we've got to continue to use to ensure those opportunities exist.
Okay. And the last question, and I will circle back to BAME because it's a chapter very close to my heart, being BAME sponsor for Royal Mail as well. How do you ensure that you are hiring people from underrepresented Black, Asian, and ethnic minority backgrounds?
We are, in lots of different areas across the company. I think for us, it's really around making sure we are not only just talking to the kind of the usual places that you typically go to for hiring in the IT landscape. It's making sure we're representing, what we do as a company in all facets of the hiring process, but also then looking at, as we recruit, simple things like anonymization of CVs through the screening process, names, gender, etc. Because I think it spans all of those things, right? So making sure that as we go through that process of people applying, we're taking that potential bias out of the system that could challenge things. We're also making sure that in the interview processes where we are putting people in front of the interviewee that look like them, that are similar to them, and so that it's not a you're coming into a world that's very different. It's representative of who you are as well. So just some of the things that we're doing, and being active about them and talking more about them. And I think you mentioned earlier, as part of the CBI's BAME in Tech, which is Lord Kieran Billamora, who's now the leading the CBI effort on this. It's great to see that we're championing some moves in this space and driving it forward, which I think is for the greater good.
Thank you very much, Chintan. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. Thank you.
Likewise, Pooja.
Welcome to our panel discussion, how to make inclusion everyone's priority within a hybrid working environment. I am joined by three of our members, as Shereen mentioned, of CITF's Gender Balance, Inclusion and Diversity Group. So we have Molly. Hi, Molly. Molly's head of IT transformation at DHL. And she also leads the Diversity and Inclusion Group for the UK and Ireland IT at DHL. Emma Felton, hi Emma.
Hi.
Who's head of IT delivery at National Trust, and has also co-founded the Swindon Diversity and Inclusion Network. And Jerry Mulville, who is head of program management group at SSE. Hi, Jerry. And Jerry also sponsors and leads the SSE IT Inclusion and Diversity Agenda. Goodness, that was a fast intro. I'm sure we have plenty of time. So I'm going to go straight into the first question. And I know you're all big talkers, so I'm going to aim this one straight at Molly to begin with. So, Molly, with a company such as DHL, who already had remote working integrated as part of their company culture, and the rollout of kind of new technical channels, has that opened up opportunities to advance inclusion and diversity?
Absolutely, it has. So we always had a huge proportion of our IT community was scattered all over the country, and we always had a challenge to work well together. So although we had all the cultural things in place, there was still an element of, I think it was in the previous conversation, Chintan said, there was a slight levelling. Those guys at site would have fantastic things that they could utilise. The people working from home might have a bit of an old laptop, and if they were lucky, a manky old headset that would plug into the side of it. And actually what we've been able to do through the opportunity in a way that's come with COVID is say, well, let's make that home working really prioritised. Let's give people working from home those same tools. So, I've got now a swanky new headset that means I can walk down and make a cup of tea while I'm speaking to somebody. I've got a mobile phone I can actually plug something into, so I can go for a walk and have a chat to a colleague, a one-to-one. We're rolling out Teams, which means that we can work more effectively as well and share information. And so those technological changes have had a really positive impact on the way that we can support colleagues working in different ways. So rather than that way of prioritising people who can come to the office, which would prioritise those without childcare commitments, without parental commitments, without activities outside of work. Bearing in mind, we've got about sort of 400 sites across the UK, so you're not talking about a little bit of travel, you're talking about maybe 5 hours in each direction. And I know Emma's laughing. Emma has similar challenges in her organisation. So the rollouts of those tech solutions, be they hardware or software solutions, have actually allowed us to really support people working in different ways. And we've been able to support people a lot around their well-being. And this is something that is really getting pushed at the moment internally. I had a graduate day yesterday for those of us who used to be graduates many moons ago. And the whole day was around well-being. It was around sort of mental well-being, physical well-being. How do we make sure we bring our best self forward? And part of that was around unconscious bias training. So we're pushing diversity and inclusion into every possible avenue, and it's part of our culture. And so those tools are supporting that. They're supporting us in being able to really enact what we want to do. And those are really being supported by our senior leadership team. It's one of their key activities they refer to every single month, is how do we support this? How do we push this agenda forward? How do we create more facilitation, and get rid of some of those roadblockers that might make D&I tricky in the current environment?
That's great, thank you. Jerry and Emma, have you got anything to add on to that one?
Yeah, I think for me, just on that rollout of the wider technology, what we found, we already had a number of people working from home, but also a lot of engineers and things out on the road, so a lot of remote working. But as we've rolled out technology across the wider suite, we've just recently done an employment engagement, great place to work survey and things like that. So our engagement rates have gone up over the last period. So access across a wider group, and widening that inclusion rate really in terms of people's ability to access all levels, I think it's been a real plus. So we've increased to over 80% response rate to our engagement surveys, which is up a lot on the last one, and also kind of how people feel engaged is over the 80% mark as well at the moment. So it's enabled a wider reach and enabled I think a wider inclusion piece across the board, which has been really beneficial.
It's interesting because I've seen that, so as an organisation, we'd already put a lot of the technology in place. It was already becoming a normal way of working. It started pre-COVID-19 because we were, just generally looking at how we used our office spaces more effectively and what people were doing. I think what I can see is that technology is providing people with all the opportunities. I think what's really interesting, and it touches on a couple of things that Molly was saying, was then about the flip side of that, is how do you equip people to think differently about how they bring inclusion into that. So I think there's a challenge that depending on how aware people are of inclusion issues, it's easy, particularly when you're in this prolonged period of working from home, a lot of people are, to forget some of the barriers that exist for individuals. So I think that thing about being curious about individuals and thinking about what people might need depending on their own preferences, their own circumstances. So the technology gives you all the tools, but how do you then actually bring that human element into it? So how do you lead effectively in that? How do you effectively run and manage sessions that you have with people so that you're thinking about all those other things that might be going on from that human element rather than just focusing on the technology? So I see the technology is a massive enabler, but you need people to think with that wider sense. So what Molly was saying about, thinking about unconscious bias and all those things, because we all have our own lived experience that's different to somebody else's. And I think that's the thing you need to work more at. And I'm seeing that becoming a bigger issue as this prolonged period of working from home continues for people. Some of those things can become an issue if you don't just pause to think a little bit about, how do I run a meeting differently now, because it is quite different.
Yeah, and I think that's where it's quite nice when it's collaborative, because it's one of the huge benefits of diversity, isn't it? If we've got people coming from different aspects, we can discuss it and say, how can we do this? How can we run a meeting where, for example, people can be walking if they want to, or maybe they can be, personally, I hang up the kids' washing. That's where I use my Bluetooth headset. I will hang up the washing while I'm having a conversation with somebody. If I don't need to be there typing, that would be my preference, but you wouldn't know that if you didn't ask. And we're all going to come at this from very different angles. And I think that's the critical thing, isn't it? Is that asking, how are you doing? What can we do to make life a little bit better and easier? And how can we reframe things and use it as an opportunity to make those changes and trial things? Not everything will work, but if you trial things, at least you're trying something. And that effort goes a long way towards making people feel really included and really belonging to the organisation.
Completely agree with those points. So next question then, with such a drastic change to working environments, Jerry, this one's more aimed at you. Have SSE, modified their company values to fit with the pandemic? And if so, what changes have you made?
Yeah, so good question. SSE, I joined just coming up for 5 years ago now, and the values, SSE has a core set of values, which are got the bedrock to kind of how we operate, and they've been in place for over 15 years, I think, in terms of the values. And I think what I've seen over the last period is that's come to life, because I think if your values are the right values, they should remain relevant through what different situations that you have. And we've seen that, just the focus mainly to shift on them, and also kind of how they've been amplified, I think, through the last period has been quite key. So we have 6 kind of values. I was just going to pick on 2 or 3 of them just to sort of bring to life kind of what we've done around kind of amplifying those and just changing some of the focus. So safety is one of our key values, where whilst there was a kind of a safety feature on kind of personal, it's more probably based on professional. We have a lot of engineers, in high risk roles and things like that, and it was about reverse parking, holding handrails and things like that in the workplace. That's been a shift much more to safety, a more general, holistic, individual, family safety kind of lens on that, in terms of over the period, and mental health and things like that come into that sort of place as well. So the safety feature sort of tone of, and the comms and focus of that has, whilst not diminished on the other ones, we've also been able to amplify that across the other key areas, obviously, for more family and individual welfare and safety. I think we've got an overall one around efficiency in terms of what we do, so focusing on the right things and the key things. I think when obviously the pandemic hit, it was, we have an external focus and providing energy to key services. Failure was not an option, so really ensuring we're providing services where they were needed, particularly at places like the NHS and things like that. But also then internally looking at also how we support a workforce that was predominantly not going to be office based. So we had an external and internal focus, and the values kind of were driven in a way of, we had much more increased delegation, faster decision making, streamlined governance around some of those decisions as well, which was very key. And we tried to keep that going as well, really, now in terms of how we move all those forward, in terms of keeping that as light and those decision-making processes as effective as possible, and to make sure we focus on the right thing. So that's been a real good lens on the values there. One of our values is around teamwork, and it's about making sure we look out for each other. It's ensure we're working together and respecting each other. I think that's been the biggest feature, what we've seen in terms of team working, in terms of we've set up new groups across Asian, new communities, focusing on things like working parents. We've also done that around increasing things around BAME community. We've also looked at things around taking care of each other options and things like that. So we've created employee-led forums around our people capability. But I think what we've seen on the people side as well is just a change of approach around comms. So whilst my quite formal comms at the start, actually different channels now for communication, and also more informal communication. And I would call it a flattening really of at all levels really. So even from top down, our exec committee doing lots of comms, and when they're committed to comms, they've also been done at the right time. And actually just really an opening up, and people are seeing more holistic, there's more openness about people, as touched on before, getting more insight into individuals' personality and their own personal lives, which is creating a different kind of rapport and a real kind of leveling in a positive way around people's openness, and probably much more attachment in terms of the leadership team and how that's playing through kind of into the individuals on the team as well. I think as well what's been important as a leader, and obviously into the teams as well, is from a leadership point of view, is creating space. And we've just put in an initiative in the last couple of weeks about no meetings kind of around lunchtime between 12:30 and 1:30, so space to breathe, and creating space to be much more responsive, because actually not being face to face, if people drop you notes and things like that, it's not I'll get back to you in a week. I think there's an opportunity to make sure that you're engaging with people at the right time. So it's okay not to be maxed out. I think as a leader to have to become more comfortable with that, and actually having space to breathe and having space to respond, and that as well from that perspective. But I think the whole piece around more openness, and I think people have tried new things, and I think it's okay to make a mistake, and taboo topics on calls and that, 6-8 months ago, kind of frowned at. I think they're now encouraged, which has been talked about before. So it doesn't matter where you are and how you're joining meetings, it's being present in those meetings, but also being conscious of when people are joining meetings, they're not always in work mode as well. So they're coming from different scenarios, be it care or school drops or whatever it may be. Creating space at the beginning and end of meetings as well to calibrate into those meetings is important from that perspective. So a real emphasis on that. I think we're real sort of proud to work for a company that's enhanced, and we continue to lead all those things going forward. And I think in terms of summary, if you've got the right values, I think they remain current, and it's really how you bring those to life in the situation and change the focus on those to make it relevant and amplify the right things at the right time.
Absolutely. Molly, have you had a similar experience to Jerry? Because Jerry, you touched on quite a few things there. Molly, have you had a similar kind of experience at DHL, or have you approached it in a slightly different way?
I'd say very, very similar. The core values haven't changed. They haven't needed to change. But what we've done is there's been a continual learning and a continual adjustment to how they're being enacted. So, touching on the communications point, our leadership teams had started using video last year as an alternative method rather than just stacks of emails. And they'd started consolidating our various newsletters into fewer things. Once COVID landed, that just got absolutely accelerated. And they made sure that communications coming out in a load of different modes, so that different people could engage with them in different ways at different times of day, in different languages. So there'll be things that are coming out as a video, there'll be things that will be coming out as a newsletter. We've got an app so that we can all receive notifications, and there's different channels on there, some of which are a bit more formal, some of which are informal. For example, when our CIO was on holiday, he shared a picture with the whole IT community about himself with a beer, just saying, I hope you're working really, really hard. I'm not, and it was a lovely way to blend that formal and that informal. And we're all blending that a lot more. Even those of us with the luxury of a home office, you can see I've not got formal things on my wall. There is a blend, and we've all got that blend. And I think that is really lovely, and our group at work, we've got a silly group where we share lots of memes. There's been lots of Trump-based memes in the last week. We don't talk about work on that group. But it's just another way to communicate and to build that trust, I think, linking into one of those conversations earlier, and keep those relationships building. So I don't think we've had to adjust the values as such. I think just the way we're enacting them has been quite fluid.
Emma, do you agree with those points from Molly and Jerry, or is there anything additional you'd like to add from the National Trust perspective?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So what's really interesting from a timing point of view, again, is that we've done a lot of work on revisiting and relaunching our values, again, before COVID hit us. So we launched them at the start of this year in January. And what was great about it was that was done in a really inclusive way. So the entire leadership of the organisation was involved in talking about what worked about the values and what didn't work about the values we had. And we all agreed there were lots of really good elements in there, but actually they didn't work for all people in all kinds of roles. And some people felt quite disconnected from them. So then there was a lot of engagement across the whole organisation to shape them. So it really was a thing where everybody had the opportunity to shape what they looked like. Completely agree with the point around, actually, if those values are right for your organisation, they hold true. And we've really found that. And I completely agree then about the point around kind of leadership and openness and how that all comes out to play. So I've seen right from the top of the organisation, everybody has used those values as the guiding principles through all of this, and we kind of keep using them as an anchor point when we're talking about the things we need to do and the decisions we're taking and how we're all being in those situations. And one of our values is about welcoming everybody, and that applies to the people who visit our places, but it also applies to the people who volunteer with us and the people who work for us. So it's really encouraging that to be key in everything we're doing. So we think about that. So absolutely, I've seen people, particularly senior leaders, share a lot more in terms of who they are and where they're at in this crisis and the things that they may be grappling with, and just how empowering that is for teams. So understand that this person you may really admire because they're very senior and at a point in their career where you think, wow, it would be great to be in that kind of a position. I think the power of people in those sorts of positions talking about their own challenges in this encourages other people to feel that they can do the same. And it really shifts that emphasis, and it's really coming out to play with us talking about well-being. So the point that Molly was making earlier about the importance of talking about well-being in the current circumstances, I've seen that just really shifting in terms of the kind of conversations we have. We've been talking recently in our department about what's going to happen over winter. because well-being is more of a challenge at this time of the year, and asking people to give us their views about the things that would help organisationally. So Jerry mentioned about having a period of time in the middle of the day that you protect for people. We're talking about, you know, what other things might shift that, and I'm finding that leading by example in that is really important for people. So you know, quite openly now, I'm trying to take a slightly longer break in the middle of the day on the days where I can, so I can have my lunch and then get for a stomp around the block just to get outside, get some fresh air, get away from the computer. And people know that I'm protecting that time in the middle of the day, but they know that I'm sort of slightly extending my day either side because of that joy of no commute, flexibility. Therefore, you can do that. And I think having those kind of conversations with people around what they do to protect themselves in that well-being element, really, really important.
That leads on really nicely actually to my next question. As your leaders within your organisations, can you share some of the ways you're leading by example to advocate the right behaviours within the organisation?
Yeah, so we're doing, so again, the things that Jerry talked about around giving people that space to kind of decompress and just land in the moment and just sort of talk about where they're at, and giving people that permission to have that moment of, you know, actually, what are you bringing into this right now? Where are you at right now? What else might be going on? You know, where does this fit in your day overall? I think that makes a really big difference. I think encouraging people to have that bit of space for a bit of fun as well. So as Molly said about having, you know, kind of in more informal chat opportunities and getting people to share things that are making them laugh. We seem to be talking about food a lot at the moment in a number of the teams that I'm involved in. Don't know if that's that time of year, but people are really loving talking about food. And it's just giving people that permission of, yeah, it's good, we'll have those few minutes. And I think as a leader, you set some of those tones around how those engagements go with people. I think the other thing is just keeping that eye. When you're in an office with people, you see what's going on. You get a sense of that person's under pressure, things aren't quite right. You have to do that differently in this situation. And I think you can do that more one-to-one in terms of just reaching out. You know, the technology gives you the tools to be able to really quickly connect. And it is that slightly more immediate, are you all right? Haven't had a chance to check in with you for a bit, and making sure that those moments that you'd get if you bumped into somebody at a meeting or whatever, kind of creating those. I think as a leader, again, you give people that chance to just share where they're at and what they might need help, support with, appreciation for, whatever it is.
And how do you make time to do that? Because that's a good point about kind of making sure that you're checking in on them. How do you make sure that you're disciplined with that as leaders and you're touching base with those people on a regular basis and capturing everyone?
For me personally, I have to really manage my diary. It's the only way I achieve doing all the things I do, and that's that combination of formal check-ins but also trying to give myself those bits of time which are for that more reactive, flexible, actually I just want to check in on what's going on over there, and that takes energy, but it's that thing of when you're in a busy leadership position, you have to prioritize your time overall, and you have to make time for those things as part of that. And I think you just have to think about what's that going to look like practically for you, and does it mean that you set some boundaries around not just things like lunch breaks, but actually prep time at the start of the day, or follow-up time at the end of the day, or having breaks between meetings. As I don't know about everybody else, but I seem to spend a lot of my life on back-to-back meetings, which isn't ideal. You need those bits of time to just step away from everything.
Yeah, I think for me, just to add to that, I agree with all of that. I think there's a thing around one of our values is about
Jerry, you're
focus on kind of what people matter. You know, I don't move people meetings, you know, so because it's easy just to, you know, work gets in the way and things like that. So, oh, can you hear me?
We can hear you now. You're glitching in and out a little bit. Worst case, turn
off your
camera.
Okay, sorry, I was just saying that I agree with everything that Emma was saying. It was just around ensuring don't move people priorities. You know, if we focus on what's matter, if people are important, we don't move formal people meetings, but also just creating different environments as well. So I have some formal meetings with a reasonably large team, but also just it's okay just to do, you know, the coffee mornings or things like that with no agenda, just people come and talk about stuff, and creating that space to do that. And I think as well, promoting kind of the flexible working. I kind of never have really turned down a flexible working approach and try things and go more outcome focused and things like that. And people don't need to come with an excuse not to log on at 9 o'clock in the morning. They just manage their time really. So giving that trust into the team as well. But I think as a leader, if you're going to say you're going to do something, do it, and you know, practice what you preach really in terms of how you're operating across the team. But if you prioritize people at the top of the pile, then you're making certainly the formal sessions that are in place, you honour those, but also creating other vehicles for people to get involved in things and just trying new things. I mean, first time last week, I gave some mindfulness training, never done that before, in terms of a bit of a meditation, but actually in advance tested it out, well, they loved it apparently got a new career, but but say at the start, I'll give it a go and see what happens. So it's okay, just have a go at stuff and to just be normal and things like that. So I think the more we can do that as leaders and just demonstrate that and a bit of vulnerability and that sort of stuff, you promote it into the team as well.
Okay. Yeah, definitely, I'd echo that. I think it's making it personal. You can't treat everybody the same. And that's really, really important. It's very easy to say, well, I'm going to speak to every person in my team or everybody that I feel an accountability for at these frequencies, and that isn't going to work. It really has to be tailored to that person. So you can start with an assumption that I'll speak to people on a certain type of regularity, but then you need to flex that. And then, like Emma said, I block it out in the diary. It's the only way it's going to happen. I will protect time. So like on a Monday morning, I have a what on earth am I doing this week? Hour and a half. And that's a really good chance to check in with other people and say, how are you doing? How's your week planning? Does it look as messy as my week? Should we try and figure this out together? And that little bit of vulnerability, I think, can really benefit, because if you're appearing, if you're a bit of a swan and you're making it all appear very, very easy, other people may not feel that it's appropriate to come to you and show where they're struggling. If you demonstrate to them that you're also a human being, you also have challenges, and you're also trying to balance things and you won't absolutely get everything right, it makes it a lot easier for that person to come to you and say, I'm challenged in this way, or actually, do you know what? Can I come to you with an idea for something? Maybe flexible working, maybe, blocking out a little bit longer at lunch so they can go to the gym rather than almost nearly go to the gym and not quite eat a sandwich. Is it an extra half an hour that allows them to actually to do that? And one other thing that I've put in my diary the last few months, which I've found to be fantastic for that sort of relationship building and helping me work better with people, is a thank you slot on a Friday afternoon. So on a Friday, I try to have a little moment where I sit quietly and think, who do I particularly have to be grateful to this week? And I drop out a little thank you note. And I think that's a really positive way to finish the week. I feel very positive because I've sent out that good energy. And I think the people that receive that feel very positive because there's a little thank you there for something they've done that's a little bit extra. And I don't think these things work if they're not real. Some weeks I'm feeling very grumpy and I don't send out any emails, and that's very real. But other times I do, and I send out 2 or 3 or 10 emails. And I think because it's real, it has an impact. And I think if you can find those things that are real, that make a bit of a difference, that positivity really does come round. And I'm moving into a new team, over the course of the next month, and we've set up big fat team meetings where we're going to do things that mostly involve being silly together on a webcam for a day. And that's all about bringing people together and sharing and getting people to share their own knowledge. Like Jerry's saying, he's now a mindfulness coach. There's going to be people on there who are suddenly going to find that they're mindfulness coaches. There's people on that group who are going to suddenly find that they're teaching us all about the food from the country that they originate from, or that suddenly they're teaching us about a job that they had 5 years ago. They may not know this till the day before, because deliberately we're going to be challenging people, but it's about challenge and change and positive sort of approach to people. And I think that's kind of the key is that positivity. If you go into things in a positive way and give things a try, other people are going to feel positive, they're going to feel included, they're going to feel heard. And you just got to create that space for them to shout out with their own daft ideas, because they're probably absolutely brilliant.
Thank you. These are some great points, guys. And Molly, when we spoke previously, we touched on obviously some of this conversation before, but one of the things that came up was around this whole working late as an example. How do you manage that with your team? So if, for example, you're having to work till late into the evening, how are you managing it so that you're not setting that expectation for people?
I think for me, it's demonstrating that that's either a failure of mine, that I've mismanaged my time, and being honest about that, and saying, do you know what? I've gotten it wrong this week and I have to do this. Please do not be online when I'm online. Or by saying, do you know what? There's this pressure, this thing has happened. It's about that openness. So sometimes, in our business, we're a 24/7 business. Something goes bang, you have to fix day or night is. So that's part of the world that we live in. But it's then really, really important to demonstrate pulling that back. So, for example, I was doing a deck last night that I needed to do, couldn't do the report till last minute because there were some things going on. So I was working till quite late last night, but I will pull that back later in the week. and I will demonstrate that I'm blocking my diary out and I am taking that slightly longer time back. I'm going to do something for me that I couldn't do yesterday evening. So, you know, for example, you know, I might go for a run, or I might have a bath, you know, and I will block that in my diary, and I will not be backwards and coming forwards and saying that's my time back. And I think that's living it, like Emma said, you know, being quite clear that you're protecting that time. That is so important, because it allows other people to do the same. If they see you doing it, it allows them to free themselves from that bind of feeling like that person started early, that person finished late, I've got to do both of those. It's kind of that Instagram danger, isn't it? You only ever see the extremes of the people doing.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I think for me, it's just communicating that. Yeah, I think it's communicating. If there's a certain style where say I'm not going to work in the afternoon, it's going to work till midnight, tell the team that, you know, and if you're pinging out emails late in the evening, there isn't expectation, A, they read it, and B, they respond to it. But similarly, don't ambush people first thing in the morning either. When they turn on, you send them 100 emails, you know, sort of thing, at 7:30 in the morning. So I think there's a comms bit, but also just understanding how the team likes to operate. I do have people who have care responsibilities during the day and they are working in the evening. So it's just making sure the people who need to know that, and it's not an expectation across the team. So as well, so just sharing the comms and having all those different flexibilities and that more outcome-based approach hopefully helps with that as well.
Great.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
We've been talking a lot about boundaries recently in terms of well-being, and just that thing of actually you can own your own boundaries and giving people permission to do that, whatever those boundaries are. And, you know, be that I've got a childcare responsibility that means that I'm never going to be able to be online before this time unless it's a particular emergency, or actually I'm going to take this time in the middle of the day. I think it's just getting people openly talking about it, and as both Molly and Jerry have said, being really visible in it yourself.
Fantastic. Well, guys, I hate to stop this conversation because it's been great, but I'm going to have to end it there. And we will pick up some of these points, obviously, following the event. Thank you so much for your time, all of you.
You're going to be delivering managing complexity and ambiguity within a hybrid working environment. So it sounds simple, doesn't it, John? Going to hand over to you. Looking forward to your session.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Can I just check? Can you hear and see me properly?
Yes, we can see you and we can hear you.
Good. Okay. Well, thank you all very much for the invite. So, yeah, I was asked to give something interesting as an introduction, and my story was my attempt to become a YouTube star earlier this year. I'm a Leeds United fan, and for 16 years it's been pretty disappointing. But we got back to the Premiership, and in summer, being a bit excited and having a love of technology and a very bad karaoke voice and a love of sport, I recorded a really bad fans parody version of Love Will Tear Us Apart Again by Joy Division. I was convinced that this would make me a YouTube star, and by this point I wouldn't have to do anything in corporate technology. My 14-year-old son, who gets things pretty well, he was pretty clear. He said, "Dad, it's completely lame. You'll get nowhere. You'll be lucky if you get 100 clicks." Unfortunately, he was right, and my YouTube efforts were completely lame. And that's why I'm here talking about managing complexity and ambiguity within your IT function. But to follow the previous speakers, sometimes you've got to try things and just see how it comes off and not worry about the outcomes. So look, I wanted to talk to you today about it is a people issue. It sounds quite a sort of process-driven conversation, complexity and ambiguity within your IT function. But really, I want to talk to you about how confusion around context and communication can lead to really poor relationships that damage your business and damage each other. But to get there, I want to start with a couple of stories. So if we just go to the first slide, and I've already talked to you about my son, James, who's 14. And one of the things he does is he actually coaches some football as well on a Saturday morning. He coaches the young toddlers at our club, the sort of 3, 4 and 5-year-olds. So, and it was Halloween. And so there was a conversation and these were the exact words. "Dad, are you really sure about this? What if the other 2 lads I coach with are just wearing something small, like a pair of bat ears or some skeleton gloves?" And me, being the dad I am, I was, trust me, son, I've never been more sure of anything in all my life. Now, put it on. And if we go to the next slide, there we go. I'll never trust you again, Dad, because of course he turned up. His two mates had pretty small Halloween efforts, and I've stitched the boy up, and he's got my old Superman outfit on. There's another story there, but he put it on. Took it all in good fun, but we got a picture of him looking suitably abject around it. But it went really well. The kids loved it, and it was a good session. But I share the story just because context is important. And you think about it, Halloween, it's pretty straightforward, isn't it? You dress up, you have a bit of fun. What could possibly go wrong? But actually the context of what you're doing and how others are showing up and what they expect versus what you expect, that leads to some of these confusions and potential disconnects that can cause some of the problems. And clarity of comms is another important one. If we can just flick to the next one, please. Okay, and there's a great video here. If we can, let's let that roll. See if the tech works. It worked in our dry run, didn't it? But typically it's failing now. But look, not to worry. Those of you who recognise,
Sorry, John.
Don't worry at all. I deliberately, it's a picture that we know well. This is Del and Rodney with the holding the blanket under the chandelier. And of course you expect the gag to be, as Grandad unscrews it from the top, that it's going to collapse into the blanket and pull them both to the ground. But in fact, the chandelier in the background drops. And there's the immortal line of, when Grandad's challenged about it, he said, well, I wish you told me, Del, because I was working on this one. And of course, a complete mismatch in expectations can end in disaster. So these two things, context and communication and clarity, are real challenges to us. So let's go into the corporate world now and talk about a situation that I faced with my team. So so my role at Mundipharma was essentially I headed an office of function where I owned and had to set direction around a variety of pieces. There was IT governance, compliance and quality. There was our overall strategy. There was our technical and enterprise architecture. There was our PMO, ensuring that things were delivered effectively in line with the policies and the standards. I owned cybersecurity as well. I owned innovation and digital. And so it's a real complexity of different pieces. And of course, we kept hitting these problems of context and communication all the time, because everyone had an expectation of what they wanted from the office of the CTO. These were all genuine quotes. Don't tell me what to do, just give me the standard and I'll figure it out. And then of course, someone else would say, I don't need a standard. I need to make a decision right now in my project. You should tell me what piece of software to use and what version and exactly how it should be programmed and set up. And then we had, look, I get what you guys do. You're just as advisors, but I'm going to configure my own firewall on the WAN in China. I think I can do that my way because I'm going to be entrepreneurial. And then, a favorite, why are you going off on these external events? You should only go if you know what you're going to learn, because otherwise it's a waste. Whereas actually, what are you going to learn if you're not sure of what's happening? So, so these were all very real challenges. And it was clear that there was something broken. And we had a lot of folks that should have been dependent on our services that were saying, we're getting confused. We don't understand exactly what the office of the CTO team is doing. They don't seem to give me what I want. And I sat there and was crystal clear that I knew exactly what we were doing and it was all joining together. And in fact, it was my team who sat down. We had an offsite and they actually raised and said, look, there is now a level of ambiguity and a level of confusion and we have to solve it. And we spent a couple of days talking through what was going on. And we realized that we had this problem of context and communication. And it was a really, really powerful session, actually, when the whole team reflected on what they were seeing. And we found we even had some context issues in our own organization where we were misunderstanding what we were doing and how we showed up. But after a couple of days of really quite intense and very focused and honest discussion with one another, we managed to come up with a model that sets us in really good stead, and very happy to share that with CITF as a reusable artifact that hopefully may help some of you folks as well in different challenges. But if we can go to the next slide, I'll show you the simple model that we had. And what we realized, of course, is we show up in different contexts and we're needed to in different contexts, and we need to be clear about what we're doing and what hat we're wearing when we show up. And at its simplest level, we have these 4 concepts of sensing, guiding, consulting, and directing. And you can see there's a high to low level of structure and a high to low level of business risk. So this sensing space, this is when you spend some time looking outside the organization, as we're all doing now, and you go out to look, to learn. You're looking to understand the context and possibilities of the landscape, and you're looking to bring in some insight into your own organization. But it's not specific. You don't know exactly what you're going to learn or what you're going to see. It's not like doing a prescribed learning course where, okay, I'm going to go and learn how to code in Python. This is much more, my job and my role is to spend a little bit of time looking outside and understanding and bringing whatever I learn into the organization. And the next piece is guiding. And this is where you actually publish some guidance. This is, you give folks a map and a compass that helps them navigate the landscape that's there. So, and we'll come on to some specific examples, but this is where you'd publish and say, look, this is the strategy, this is the framework, these are our target architectures, this is where we're heading, and then any IT professional can make sense of it. And then there's consulting. This is more specific. This is where someone may actually say, look, I have this problem at this point in time. This service keeps breaking, or this is the project I'm wrestling with. Yes, I've looked at the guidance, but I need to figure out how to apply that. Am I going straight to the new target architecture, or should I actually do something with the interim standard that I've got, or you know, continue as is as an exception? So I want to have a discussion with someone. And then at the bottom, there's directing. And look, this is where the business risks are high and the structure is high. The example of the firewall in China is a very, very real one. And actually, we're going to be directive at that point. And no, that's not a local entrepreneurial decision. The firewall rules and the firewall configuration needs to be set the way that our head of cybersecurity indicates. And there are good reasons for that. So this was essentially the model that we came up with. And our test was, okay, well, how well does this fit? And how well can we actually take the different functions that we had, you know, architecture, security, compliance, quality, digital, and innovation, and apply them? And we did it across our functions, and 1 or 2 others adopted it as well. So we've got more templates that we can share. I think that's been posted in the chat guidance. But I'm going to run through a couple just to give you a flavour of how it might work. So if we can just go to the next one, please, Emily. Yeah, so this was our high level. This is the office of the CTO and how things sit together. So at the bottom, you can see security and compliance are clearly going to be directive. We have consulting around projects, and you have governance sitting there as well. The signposting, as we touched on, is the different reference points, reference architectures, and the sensing is spending that time outside. And if we just go to the next one. Yeah, here we are. So look, this was enterprise architecture. I won't go through all of it. I'll share these for folks to look at. But in the top box, these are the kind of things that you would do as an enterprise architect when you are in sensing mode. So you're going to spend some time talking to groups like CITF. You might talk with Gartner. You might talk with Leading Edge Forum. You might do other things as well. You might talk to colleagues and peers. You might look at vendor roadmaps. You might learn through other technical leads in different towers and different businesses in the organization. But you're really spending a bit of time out there to be relevant and know about your context and what's happening in the world as an architect. And then the guiding, there are a number of principles in our enterprise framework. I suspect this is similar for many folks, but you have a series of principles, our overall technology strategies, the architectural framework for each, information and cloud principles. And these are all documents that you can absorb and review. And if you are a member of the IT organization, that gives you enough information to then proceed if what you're seeking is guidance. I'd like a view on where we're heading. The consulting services, again, get more specific. You might be bringing a project to a waterfall project stage gate. You would have a discussion. You would say, look, I'm here. I've read the guidance, but I'm actually here. I want your consulting advice, and I want to talk through my project and ensure that this is going to fit. Or I may be reviewing a design or having a conversation at an architecture review board. So it becomes much more specific guidance at that point. And you can see how the architect will show up in different ways through the cycle. And of course, at the bottom, there's a series of exceptions. You know, when we approve an exception in architecture, it should be eyes wide open. It should be clearly documented. We should know what we're doing and why we're doing. And it's quite directive and it's quite prescriptive. Yes, you have permission to break the rule, but we'll be very clear on when we're going to revisit it and what the consequences are. So much more of a telling mode than a, you know, at the top of the picture, you'd have a much more thoughtful, reflective mode. So this is important because these, you know, here you've got context and communication, and your enterprise architecture team can now talk to the organization about the different ways they might show up, the context they might work in, and then have a clearer discussion and alignment with other folks in the organization. Let's quickly look at one more, and then we can start to get to some questions and conclusions. But if we go to the next one, please, Emily. Cool. Yeah. Look, this one, cybersecurity. So we had a really effective and talented head of security who's still there in Mundy Pharma, Gareth. And when we first went through these models, Gareth, who's an Australian and pretty focused and pragmatic, as folks from that part of the world tend to be, his first thought, well, look, you know, come on, there's, I get that you need this model, but really as a head of cybersecurity, how much sensing and blue sky stuff should we be doing? You know, we need to be getting into the nitty gritty of project review and monitoring and defending and ensuring things are patched. Surely that's where our effort should be. And at first value, I thought, yeah, you know what, he's probably right. But that was one where actually as the team talked on it together, we suddenly realized, no, you know what, sensing in the right context might be one of the most powerful things for a cyber organization. And indeed, Gareth led in this space and actually has established an incredible sensing network around peers in the security industry. So we talk regularly to CISOs in other organizations. There's a whole networking group that he discovered of pharmaceutical CISOs, and there's a level of co-opetition that goes on there. Obviously, you know, pharma companies want to win against each other, but not by losing to the bad guys who've stolen IP and launched cyber attacks. So the cooperation across these groups is huge. And of course, there's huge advice you can get from vendor networks. There's a great security forum in CITF. There are others as well. So there was an example of a function that we thought was quite operational and transactional actually had so much more value by having this sensing network. And now people will actually come and talk to Gareth and say, I want to get some advice from you. Can you tell me what you know from this? What do others do? What's the advice on this particular risk? What is your sensing network saying? Which is really interesting that the questions come in that way. Again, there's a level of published principles and standards around security. There's probably a lot of consulting that happens. There is, here's a project that I'm doing, here's a level of risk that I might have, here's a business person that's worried. So that consulting and advisory bit is larger. But again, it's understood as a part of the service, and folks know what to ask for and when, and Gareth knows how to show up and what the different pieces that he would bring would be. And of course, at the bottom, there's a directive piece. Of course there is. You have a major security incident, you're going to be directive. You're not going to be in blue sky. Oh, I wonder what the HCG group from McKinsey say. You're going to be solving the issue, defending the company, defending the technology assets, defending the business. And there are certain policies and configurations that fall in that space. So again, you can see your security officer turning up in very, very different ways. So look, let's just go to the sort of wrap up on what we learned as we went through the journey. So really interesting. When you get these disconnects, remember, folks don't set out to do a bad job. Folks aren't doing the wrong thing or saying the wrong thing or giving the wrong advice because they're idiots or they don't care. You know, I mean, I'm sure there's the odd exception to that rule, but generally, you know, we go to work with a level of pride, and people are good at what they do. So when you have these disconnects, you've got to ask yourself, is the context different? Have we had one of those missed handshakes where you set out looking for one thing and I was expecting another, and we didn't really hear each other? And if we did, have we got that comms right? Have we made sure that, look, I'm not working on this chandelier while granddad's on the other one, and we're going to have a disaster? But if you know that that's a risk, when you feel these disconnects happening and you see the friction and the issues emerging between people, you can intervene. And these frameworks give a way of having the discussion. We can say, look, we seem to be at odds, because I kind of thought you were looking for guidance and you seem to be very specific, or I thought I should be directive, but you seem to be, so where should we be on this chart? And it helps because people can look and say, oh, well, I see, and it brings the context together. The second learning for me, we were so powerful when we worked as a team, and it was a really diverse team that I'm incredibly proud of having been part of, and the way they actually worked and nudged and brought the issue forward and got me to pay attention to it, and the way that we then solved it with some really different thinkers. We talked a lot about our Myers-Briggs profiles and the differences and strengths that we bring, and the idiosyncrasies that we have as well. But there was no doubt that several brains working together in a diverse way will always produce something more powerful than one great big brain. And you know what, even if it's the biggest brain on the planet, it's going to have preconceptions around context. So it will never be as good as a really collaborative, diverse effort. Final thing, obvious, but test the model, test with others, bring in their brains. And we did that by having, we put the models up on boards, and we provided a bit of lunch. Come over to the Octo area for lunch, and we want to just, get you to sing for your supper. We're going to just walk you through these models and see what you think. Do they resonate? Can you break them? Can you red team them? And we got great feedback, and we became more and more sure that the models were working. And indeed, we ended up taking them and evolving them for other groups as well. The final learning for me, I started telling stories about my son, so I'm going to finish with one. I thought I'd won. I thought I'd been so clever that I'd managed to stitch him up as Superman. But of course, kids are always much more savvy with the technology. And so finally, of course, what went out on his Instagram feed later today, later on the day of Halloween, was this wonderful picture. And it says it all. And you can see the story. A picture tells 1,000 words, but he put his 7 words on there. And I had all my mates paying me out saying, yeah, he's got you back there. So look, a few really interesting points made in jest, but there was a lot of learnings there, and the model and the framework actually helps in the diversity and in solving some of the issues. So we've shared it there. Hope it's useful. Hope people can get some reuse. I think we've got a couple of minutes for questions if there are any.
John, we've just come to time, but actually we've just come to time because we've got to move on to the next session.
Welcome, Natasha, and thank you for taking the time out to join us today. And she is going to be interviewed by Joanna Pawlowska, our CEO.
Natasha, it's a great pleasure to see you again. You know, I was just reflecting actually on the fact that we've never met face to face, that all of our conversations happened so far virtually. And only last week, we have talked about the fact that in this environment, it's not the list of values that leaders put on PowerPoint presentations or posters. It's not the speeches that they make. It's the actual behaviors that they demonstrate that defines their leadership. So for you and other leaders at HMRC, what kind of behaviors you would like to see consistently in a current working environment?
Yeah, thanks, Joanna, and good afternoon to everybody. So it's a great question, right, around leadership behaviours. A long-standing question, I suppose, that we've all grappled with over years in terms of what makes the leader that can take people with them, that can engage, that can inspire, and that can develop teams. So for me, the behaviours that are pertinent and are particularly critical at the time that we find ourselves in at the moment are really around empathy, which we heard from some of your speakers earlier on today. I was really pleased to hear that. It's around providing clarity to our teams. So, you know, setting clear expectations. So in a time when so many things are uncertain and so many things are in turmoil for people, often they are looking to the leaders in their organisation to provide some sense of the direction that we're actually heading in. So setting expectations, and I suppose the other aspect that is worth drawing out is around humility, I suppose, in that, of course, we are also going through many of the challenges that colleagues are going in at the moment. So this isn't about saying we have all the answers and that we are in some way not susceptible to what is happening around us, but actually to acknowledge and to work with colleagues actually, and to be prepared to be open in the way that we lead, and recognising that we will need to adjust our leadership styles to the context and the teams that we're actually leading.
You mentioned last week that actually one of the principles that you have is the fact that you listen first and talk second. In a way, do you think how important the listening bit is now, to your employees, to your teams?
Yeah, so let me step back actually a little, if I can, Joanna, to our conversation that we were having. As you said, I talked about the ratio of how much time we spend listening and how much time we spend kind of articulating our vision and our expectations to people in our organisation. And why I talked about that ratio is that we can only genuinely seek to lead our teams in the way that we can get the best out of them if we truly understand. And we can only understand if we take the time to really listen and to deeply listen and to make the connections between the various conversations and the various dialogue that we are party to. Because we won't necessarily hear on the first occasion all that we need to hear. And we won't necessarily, we have surface conversations, right? And particularly in the environment we find ourselves in with technology, we aren't having, we heard the session earlier on about those water cooler moments. We aren't overhearing in our offices, in our other interactions. And so we've got to listen more deeply, I would suggest, than we ever had before. And that will then enable us to truly understand how we can support colleagues at this point in time, how we can best unlock the potential that exists within people, people, and really importantly, how we move forward. So in the context of you know, the current environment, many organisations are looking to transform. Many organisations are looking to capitalise on the opportunity that presents itself in terms of you know, the shift in ways of working. But we can only do what will work for the organisation, and the organisation ultimately is made up of the individuals that come together to do that work. So we can only really do what's right for those individuals if we listen really intently to what their kind of needs and requirements are.
Yes, so in terms of you know, creating and kind of drawing lessons from working during pandemic, and I know that obviously HMRC teams, technology teams that have done a great job, because you know, as mentioned before, were the winner of the best IT team during COVID-19, which, you know, was great to see. What kind of leadership legacy would you like to be created because of pandemic within HMRC?
That's a fantastic question. Thank you, Joanna. So I'm just kind of musing around that at the moment. So it's interesting. I've been thinking about legacy just in the last couple of weeks. So I haven't had the chance to share this with you, Joanna, either. So it's news to you. But I've been asked to take on a broader role in HMRC, actually. So I'm currently the HR director supporting the IT function. But I've actually been asked to move into this space of transformation. And as I said, maximising on the opportunity that presents itself to work and operate differently. And at the core of that, of course, is leadership. So what I've been reflecting on is, what's the legacy that I leave behind as a leader who's been supporting the digital function? And what I've reflected on is the critical nature, I suppose, of our need to deeply understand how to support people in the organisation during this pandemic period. And so my legacy, and the legacy that I know as a senior team we have been, I suppose, we've been bound by to some degree, is one where actually, as the leadership community, we've come closer to the people that we actually lead across the function. We've got a better understanding of not only the kind of personal challenges that people had faced in terms of working in different ways and managing a multitude of challenges in terms of kind of home and life outside of work. But we've also come to really understand some of the technological challenges and opportunities. So I heard, I think it was yesterday, I heard one of the big four were talking about we've made something like 10 years advancements in the course of 7 or 8 months. And there are lots of organisations, right, who are citing that the type kind of what's the word, embedding of technology in organisations that has happened over the course of the last 7 or 8 months, again has operated at a speed that people couldn't quite have ever really imagined or believed was possible. And so our legacy, I suppose, coming back to the award actually that HMRC won, is actually around being able to mobilise and really focus and drive on the things that really matter to the organisation and ultimately to the country and society because of the specific work that obviously we do in HMRC. So I think our legacy is multifaceted. It's one which is, you know, as I said, leaders who have become closer to their teams, closer in understanding their needs, but also closer in understanding our true capability as an organisation, which I think has been phenomenal.
It's really interesting, actually, because when you think about in the last few months, you know, as you mentioned, I think the quality and the quantity of digital skills within our society has increased dramatically, and that's something that we always talked about. You know, before COVID-19, we said it was difficult to recruit people with digital skills, and now with technology tools being embraced by so many within society, I think it would be great to see this legacy as well in terms of improvement, you know, generally speaking,
yeah,
employability of people.
Absolutely, and I know certainly across the civil service, we've long had, on our agenda building, IT capability, technology capability across the whole of the workforce. And as you say, we've been able to advance, the progress that we have made, rapidly in this time. I think though there is something to be said though for ensuring that we haven't made too many assumptions about the level of embedded capability. So we recognise that people, for example, in our organisation are all much more conversant with Teams than they've ever been. There is more for us to understand though. We have groups of individuals, digital ambassadors that work across the organisation to really test that capability, because we recognise is that whilst people have been ultimately forced to work in this way and to attempt to work in more technologically enabled ways, we know that not everybody feels comfortable entirely with that technology, and we're also hearing more about people feeling overwhelmed actually with the modes and mechanisms in which they can be contacted. So you've got team chats going, you've got various kind of other channels where you can be kind of contacted and you're expected to engage, along with the modes that people are clearly more used to, like email, etc.
This week we had some fantastic news about possible vaccination, so that was great to hear. And I just wanted to ask you, what questions are you asking yourself now as a HR leader, thinking about post-COVID-19 world?
Gosh, what a big question, Joanna. So many questions post
I can't resist, Natasha. I can't resist those questions with you.
So my mind. So as I said, I'm looking much more broadly now. So outside of the IT function, as I said, I'm taking on this broader responsibility of looking at how we actually operate as an organisation. So some of the questions to my mind are around, so notwithstanding the vaccine itself and what that means in terms of a potential for return to offices. But even before we get to that point, we've started some thinking in our organisation around how we want to, I suppose, in some ways, build on build on the opportunity that I talked about before around how we can improve our employee experience. So we have an ambition to be a great place to work, one where people have fulfilling careers, and actually through our regional centres that individuals can build communities and careers and connections and collaborate across the organisation. So we're doing some really deep thinking at the moment, and some of the questions that come to mind for us is, well, what is the new smarter ways of working? How do our values need to evolve over the course of the next few months? How do we truly embrace and become that inclusive organisation that really values diversity in the broadest sense of the word? And how do we ensure we have the right leadership model in place that really enables us to tap into the capabilities of each individual within the organisation? And with the size of organisation that we have, we've got about 64,000 people in HMRC. That's no small feat to really kind of work through some of those questions. And I suppose underlying all of that is our core purpose. So we've done a lot of work in recent weeks in terms of our strategic objective, and how do we ensure actually that our people are firmly connected to the purpose of our organisation, and that they therefore feel valued in the work that they are doing day to day. So yeah, many questions, Joanna, many questions.
Well, thank you so much, Natasha. Congratulations on your new role. I'd like also to tell everyone that actually have interview with Natasha on our website, and when Natasha talk about dignity at work. So I really recommend everyone to listen to that as well. You've been, as always, a fantastic speaker. Thank you so much for sharing your views and insights today. And please stay with us for the closure of the conference, because we are now almost there, 4 o'clock. And I just wanted to say thank you to all of our speakers and panelists and also participants Because of your contributions, this event was great, and I really hope that you all enjoyed it and learned new things and picked up, some thoughts and inspirations as well during today. I think sometimes it's quite difficult to find a silver lining to what's happening around us in this world. But today we've had so many positive stories. We've heard about so many good developments that are happening across organizations. And I think, that's been, for me personally, the biggest learning of today, that in the end, to conclude all of today's conversations, successful organizations are those who are now listening to people all the way through them. Organizations who think people first, employees second. I hope you enjoyed today, and following advice from Chintan from Cisco, please disconnect from your laptops, go for a walk, cook dinner, see what your kids are doing in the afternoon when they get back from school. And thank you again for participating. I hope to see you all very soon at one of our workshops. Please give us your feedback. That would really help us create the next event very soon. And I wish you all the best to you and your families. Thank you for today's.